phenomenal numbers of people over the years. I've been doing this now for 36 years full time, who have had the same experience. I talked to a close friend for 9 years of Princess Diana, who told me exactly the same. How the royals shift into this non-human form in the rituals, in the satanic rituals. And if I could just put this into some kind of context, I've had to research so many different subjects to get some idea of what's going on. And one of them, crucial, is the nature of reality itself. And what I'm seeing now is more and more scientists who were kind of rejecting it before, who are saying, well, actually, it does look like this is some kind of simulated illusion. Right. Well, it bloody well is, right? And it can be explained in detail. Our five senses lock in to this simulation field of information, and they interact with it on a level of frequency. It's a frequency field, just like Wi-Fi. What happens then is the five senses, and they all work the same, change that frequency information into an electrical information, same information, different form, and they send it to the brain. There's different parts of the brain that specialize in decoding the different senses. And then the brain puts together this sense of reality. So, I mean, fantastic as it may seem, when we appear to be experiencing something outside of us, we're actually experiencing it in here. Now, imagine if you, at the core of this cult, know that, with its non-human masters, know that, but you keep it from the population who think they're interacting with solidity. The reality that we're experiencing is absolutely nothing like we appear to be experiencing it. So the human body is also a frequency field of information. These bloodlines are hybrids. They are they have one field that is human, in its information, and they have another field which is non-human in its information, right? So, of course, these people are putting their human field before people in the public arena. In the rituals, it's very different because they're among people that know, so they don't have to do that. But they're putting the human field forward. So any observer, decoder, is seeing a human. But when, and my goodness me, I've talked to so many people around the world about this experience, when that other field becomes the dominant one, the observer begins to decode that into an apparently, well, what is holographic form, apparently physical form. To the observer, someone has gone from a human form to a non-human form in solidity, because that's what it looks like. And that's what people describe around the world, and then can't understand. I couldn't have seen that. Well, what's going on?
What can you say about Princess Diana? I mean, obviously.
Well, I met her once. I was a presenter on the first breakfast television program. It was called Breakfast Time on the BBC in Britain. And this will seem strange to Americans, I'm sure, but we used to start our television like mid-morning at one time. There was no television at breakfast. And then suddenly the BBC decided they were going to do this breakfast show. And as a result, there was a lot of publicity about it and a lot of fanfare and stuff. Anyway, a few days into it, Princess Diana arrived for a royal visit to the new breakfast time show. And I was introduced to her. First of all, it struck me how tall she was. But what really struck me, and this is not at a time when I, from 1990, when my head blew off and I started to see all this. It was before. I mean, I was very skeptical of authority. I've been all my life, but I wasn't talking about this stuff. But what shocked me when I saw her was the fear in her eyes. I was kind of taken aback by it. And later, when I started to research her background, I realized why. The British royal family, like all royal families, I mean, let's just ask this question. Why are they royal families? Why is the aristocracy? Why do royal families interbreed with each other? Why do aristocracy tend to
bloodline, keep that bloodline, right? That
bloodline. They're trying to hold a bloodline. They're trying to hold the hybrid bloodline, because if you procreate, interbreed outside of it, it gets diluted, and they don't want that. That's why they interbreed with the genetically suitable people, but have the people they really want to be with on the side, which was, of course, the case with Diana and Charles. So, So, what this lady told me, who was acknowledged in the media as a close friend of Diana for 9 years, and I was what had happened is I'd been to America. And I had this strange experience because I was traveling every day. I wasn't speaking to anybody. No one wanted to know, but I was traveling every day from place to place to talk. And I kept meeting people. It's a period of 15 days. I met 12 separate people in different places who said they'd had this same experience of seeing someone apparently human turn into a reptilian figure and then, back again. And then I came home. And I met someone about some totally different subject to talk to her. It was about Satanism and her experiences of Satanism. And then she started telling me about the fact that the British Prime Minister, who took us into the European Union, a guy called Ted Heath, had shapeshifted in front of her. And this went on and went on. And then, for some strange reason, I was asked. Well, it was one of these people that likes getting people together, I guess. I was invited to meet people at the House of Lords, and they were just a small group. House of Lords in London, never been there before. And I turn up, and they were having a chat, and it was all right. But the thing that struck me was there was a lady in the group. She wasn't a politician or a lord, who started saying very interesting things about Princess Diana's death, right? So I took her over afterwards, how do you know that? And she said that her best friend had been Diana's best friend for 9 years. And she said, I think she'll talk to you. And a few days later, she gets off the boat on the Isle of Wight and comes there. And I actually still have somewhere the reel-to-reel audio tape of the interview, and I did another chat with her later as well. And I said nothing. I'd just come back from America and with this theme of the reptilians, and I said nothing to her at all about what I'd experienced. And then she started talking about the fact that the royal family they're hybrids. They're part reptilian. Of course, I played the idiot because I didn't want to. Oh no, I know about no. What do you mean? What do you mean? What? And she told me in great detail about them and conversations she had with Diana on that subject as well. She also told me that this lady used to. She was a healer, like a healer, a natural healer, and she was at a clinic in London called the Hope Clinic, and Diana used to go to her to have treatment because Diana was into this natural alternative treatment, and she told me that what she called friendly people from MI5 would drop messages in to her clinic when they knew Diana was coming to communicate with her. And one of those messages was that she was in danger because they were planning to kill her.
What?
Yeah. And then sometime after that, a guy called Burrell, who was her Princess Diana's butler, came out and said, yeah, she basically knew that there was a plan to kill her. And I'd heard that before. And so then they kill her in the Pont d'Alma tunnel, which is
Could you imagine how terrified she was? Just her whole existence was knowing.
Oh yeah, but I mean, I could go on a lot more about what I was told about her. I mean, she was controlled by a extraordinarily evil woman who
the queen, right?
No, the Queen Mother. Well, yeah, I mean they're all freaking evil, but I mean
Right.
the Queen Mother. Now the Queen Mother had this image of being the nation's grandmother. I think she died of over 100. The nation's grandmother. Oh, she's lovely, the Queen Mum. Oh, she was freaking horrible. And other people have told me that how deeply involved in Europe, never mind just Britain, that the Queen Mother was earlier in her life in terms of Satanism. And so this is what you're dealing with. These are the people running your world, ladies and gentlemen. And she treated Diana appallingly in the run up to the wedding, because she described herself as the Windsor's brood mare. She'd sussed eventually that she was just there to produce the kids. And if you then notice that after the second child, Harry, it all kind of fell apart then, because she'd done what she was supposed to do. And she basically knew it in the end. And there's a book I wrote called The Biggest Secret. In 1998 it came out, still so relevant today. That's
when I read it.
Yeah, I tell the story of Diana's murder. That's what it was, in the Pont d'Alma tunnel in Paris. It was just
Alex, can you pull up his book and show his book? It's on Amazon, isn't it, David?
Yeah, you can get it at Amazon. I suppose you can get it at davidike.com, where we posted from within America, so you get it in 48 hours. Books I wrote back in the 90s, like And the Truth Shall Set You Free and The Biggest Secret, they've really stood the test of time in terms of.
Oh no, I've read these are amazing books, folks. These are a must-have. People, I remember how tough you had it in the 90s, early 2000s, and now look what's happening. It's all coming to fruition. Everything you said is becoming mainstream. You were right on the mark.
Well, this is the thing, you see. One of the biggest prisons that people live in is the fear of what other people think, because that shuts them up. I better not say this, because if I do, I'm going to get ridiculed. People used to say to me, didn't you know when you talked about reptilians, you were going to get a load of ridicule? And do you know, I had worked that out, right? I had worked that out, funnily enough. But if it's crossed your line of credibility, you say it. Because it's no good, years later when you've kept stum, saying, oh, I knew this, I knew all this. Oh, yeah, of course you did, mate. But if you've said it and taken the shite because of it, then you have the credibility later on that you wouldn't otherwise have. If you want to read,
and I'm going to share my personal story, which is really not fun to do, but I earnestly pray that in sharing it helps to expose this darkness and warn you about what is being pushed on us today with all of these things in the media. I'm going to share what led to my demonic possession. So question, Did you actually know that our modern concept of alien abduction, gray aliens, UFOs, that kind of thing, is more of a new development than it is something that's been around for a while? It actually kind of coincides with the technological age. We see, even looking back at Roswell, it was very much aligned with our advances in technology. However, there is a through line throughout people's demonic experiences throughout time. So I'm going to give a few examples just so we can see, because it was helpful for me to see after I was saved, that though my experience with gray aliens was very specific, and we're seeing it so much in the world today, that's actually more of a new concept. But what was happening to me was not new. So to briefly touch on this, the history basically goes shamanic spirits, then the incubus or night hags or succubus, then elves and fairies, then angelic mysticism, astral guides, then to mechanical airships, and then to the gray alien phenomenon. Shamans went on initiatory journeys with these demon beings. The incubus and succubus actually played a big role in medieval Europe in the belief system. Regarding sexual things that are very much similar to things that people experience with gray aliens, experimentation, the hybrid program, and those kind of things. But this was a long time ago, and it looked different. Historically, the incubus and the succubus even had a play in the Salem witch trials. People saying that witches, the women, had these demons attached to them, and that played a role in their trials. Then the fairies and the elves later in folklore had very similar things, where children were being taken in the night, this place between waking and sleeping. And there's a lot there that also coincides with the experiences people have today with these so-called aliens. We could look at angelic mysticism, people being taken up on these journeys, or astral guides taking people out of their physical body to go on these experiential adventures into deeper reality, to the UFOs and mechanical airships, to the gray alien phenomenon. I say phenomenon, and it's so weird actually, because I'm talking very mechanically almost. I'm telling facts, and it feels kind of safer to do that because it's really hard to talk about my personal experience and to think about my personal experience, because it was very real and very personal and very identifying. I praise God for Ephesians 1:21, that Jesus Christ is far above all rule and authority and power and dominion and every name that is named, not only in this age, but also in the one to come. I know whose I am, and I praise God for that, because he's the only one who could have delivered me from this demonic deception and eventual overtaking. But later in this video, I will show actual clips of me actually in the heart, the storm of the alien abduction visitation. I won't show the clips from when I believe I was possessed, but during that time. And you will see the eyes and the heart and the turmoil of someone going through this, and see that it's not what the movies glorify it to be. Here are some commonalities that we see throughout all the things I just mentioned. Paralysis, like sleep paralysis, or a dissociative journey trance state. An intruder, someone, a being coming, being taken, and lost time. So hard to talk about. It's so hard to talk about. It's hard to talk about. And that's why I think it's so important. In one video that I have of myself, I am absolutely distraught. And I say, I just wish I could talk to someone about this. Anyone. I felt so isolated, but I was like, who do I tell? I feel crazy. But I want so badly to understand why these things are so important to me. And I wish that I could talk to someone about it without being embarrassed or self-depreciating, because was going to say I know how I sound, but I know how I sound myself. I judge myself horribly. That's why I make these videos, is for the people who are going through it or have loved ones going through it, that they can point them, that this can point them to Christ and to truth, and to know that they are not crazy, that there's something real going on, but it is really not good. It is actually destructive and wants to destroy you. And this is a warning. So in ancient medieval times, these were seen as demons, then in the folklore times, fairies, and then today we see these experiences oftentimes as alien abduction. To talk about these steps, I'm actually gonna talk about Peter Pan, which sounds like left field, but this is to show that fairies and aliens are actually not all that different. In fact, I believe that the experiences that people are having were the same entities all along. So let's look at Peter Pan, for example, because most of us are familiar with Disney's Peter Pan. The paralysis would be this somewhere between waking state and sleeping state. The children have this experience, this disassociative experience. In fairy lore, the people who have this experience are immobilized. Same with sleep paralysis, or we see people being paralyzed in the alien craft beliefs in being abducted, being taken up. In Peter Pan, in their sleep, they are visited, so that goes into the intruder, which is Peter Pan. They are visited and taken to Neverland. There's a quote in Hook that shows that things happen between waking and sleeping states, and that's very on the nose for me because, well, my abduction experience, many of my visitation experiences happened in this weird in-between state where I was not dreaming. I woke up from a dream and I was somewhere else entirely, and it was contact. This is a quote from Disney's Hook. Tinkerbell, a fairy, says to Peter Pan, "You know that place between sleep and awake, where you still remember dreaming? That's where I'll always love you. That's where I'll be waiting." Hook, who did this movie, was it Disney? No, actually, it was Steven Spielberg, the man who directed Disclosure Day, which kind of sparked this video, as well as Close Encounters of the Third Kind, E.T., and Firelight, which was one of his first things that he did that was about UFOs. And so I'm unceasingly shocked by what I find when I just dig the littlest bit deeper and find these weird connections that do not surprise me at all, because Steven Spielberg, this is something he is passionate about and has a lot of beliefs in.
The great unknown is actually known by some, but not known by all of us. It's that inequity that got me to write the story for Disclosure Day.
I sense a different degree of passion about this. Like, you're very pleased with how this came out.
Yeah, I am.
You're credited, story by Steven Spielberg. So this story is yours. You wrote it.
Circumstantial evidence of everything that I've gathered throughout my whole life and all the testimonies in Congress that I've heard. I absolutely think that they have been here and they are here. And who knows? Maybe they've always been here. I'm an ambassador of these guys, and they haven't shown themselves to me.
So to see I know that he does a lot of movies, but to see the connection between the fairy experience and the alien experience, which again I believe are both demonic when people really experience them, and for him to be a bridge between the two as well, really stood out to me. Extraction. The writer of Peter Pan talks about this, where he explains how the Lost Boys are made, saying, "They are children who fall out of their preambulators, strollers, when the nurse is looking the other way. If they are not claimed in 7 days, they are sent far away to Neverland." That is so linked to the actual lore behind fairies. And then, of course, Lost Time, Neverland, no one ages, and there's this weird loss of understanding time. And we see that with alien abduction too, where people say it felt like minutes, but it was hours, or it was a very long time. There's actually a lot more here, but again, I know I'm like the rabbit hole gal, but I don't want to dive too deep into it. I will say the writer of Peter Pan, which was originally a play and then a novel, was steeped in fairy lore. He struggled with sleep disorders, would border on sleeping and waking, and he said some wild things about this. He was not just randomly writing some fantasy. In a lot of ways, this was his lived reality. Rabbit hole over. Have you noticed in media how much aliens and alien abduction and alien things are pushed? Kids' toys. I went to the Denver airport lately. Gray aliens. An alien UFO play thing in the kids' play area. Apparel, board games, you name it. My friend, this is dangerous and you need to protect your mind, and we're going to show the ugly reality of where this leads soon. But let's just rewind to prove my point about it being in media. I'm just going to take a little trip to my childhood. I'm curious if you grew up in the same time period as me, if these bring back any memories that you forgot you even had. Stepsister from Planet Weird. Disney. I totally forgot about this. But it brought back so many memories of this girl, this stepsister, who I thought was so cool. And she's an alien. She's an alien. Then we have Can of Worms from 1999. I personally don't really remember watching this, but aliens for kids. Then we have Jimmy Neutron Boy Genius, which I've actually seen multiple times. My husband and I watched it a couple of days ago. He'd never seen it. I do like that at least the aliens are bad in that one, but it does involve abduction, aliens, also like human sacrifice. There's a lot going on, and that was a kids movie that I remember. Seeing in my childhood. Lilo and Stitch. Now, I never ever liked Lilo and Stitch personally, but technically is an alien, and he has those pitch black almond-shaped eyes that were what I would always see with my aliens, and I had very intense experiences with them that I've touched on. I will link in the description videos where I go deeper into those experiences. I give my testimony on my lifelong relationship with these beings. Terrible. Then, of course, we have the hot aliens, because we have to have hot aliens. That's the thing that I see again with K-pop demon hunters and Satan masquerades as an angel of light. And when I was following these beings, and when I eventually, through the leading of since childhood, these supernatural experiences, was led to believe that Lucifer might be the good guy, I felt a love for him, which is horrible, obviously. Like, how you can't get worse than that, really. But it's true, like this attraction, this alluring quality. And same with the demons. Like, I didn't think they were, the aliens, like I didn't think they were hot, but I felt very identified and attracted to them. Not in a sensual way, but in a spiritual way. So we look at Kyle XY, which I do remember from my childhood, and it was very like sensual and lusty. Roswell, another hot alien, doing stuff like this weird relationship, a lot of tension, romantic relationship. Okay. And then, of course, we have the ones that are very on the nose, like Close Encounters of the Third Kind, gray aliens. Very glorifying alien contact, in my opinion. Communion. Now, I have never read this or seen this. It's based on a real person's account. I never wanted to read other people's accounts because I really found identity in my experience, and I didn't want anyone else's experience to make me feel less special to these beings. And so I wasn't interested. But anyway, my friend Elisa Childers, just did a video on this where she explained her sleep paralysis demonic encounter that happened after reading the book Communion when she was a teenager. And if you want to listen to that, I will link that in the description as well. But that movie is on the nose with the gray alien look, Fire in the Sky, The Fourth Kind. These I have not seen. I do not want to see. And then Signs, which I did see as a child, and I love that movie. And I literally put on a tinfoil hat and replayed the birthday scene where the alien walks across because I found so much identity. It was like someone who I'd known since I was a child in a movie. Again, the upcoming videos will make it more clear how real it was. Like, that's why I'm so thankful to God that I can show you these videos, because when I'm talking about it, I'm sharing words, I'm sharing facts. But when you see me in it, it helps display my heart better at that time. And then we have grays depicted in children's movies like Escape from Planet Earth, Mars Needs Moms. I meant to say The Journey of Alan Strange, Nickelodeon. Space Invaders from 1990. It's not exactly on the nose, like perfectly, but it is that aesthetic. I mean, Escape from Planet Earth is very on the nose with the Roswell small little alien guys. But again, it's not just that. It's playgrounds, it's board games, it's clothes, it's everywhere. And you might say, it's just fantasy, Jack. It's harmless. Get over it. What's the big deal? Fantasy exists. But I would say, is it really fantasy though, at this point that we're talking about? Because look at this. Most Americans believe in extraterrestrial life. Half of Americans believe that aliens have visited the Earth. And 1 in 5 Americans believe that aliens are already among us. So is it really fantasy if that is the belief system and the reality of America today?
Hi everybody, welcome to the stream. We currently have about 100 live concurrent viewers. Thank you so much everybody for joining. Let's continue today's show.
Is it really fantasy, or are these things becoming our beliefs and how we see the world and how we understand reality? We literally have religion built around aliens today. Seriously. And it's not that uncommon. Ancient aliens theory, panspermia, the belief that we are destroying ourselves with war and a lack of unity, but aliens are our saviors and they're coming to help us live in unity, to have empathy, to evolve. Spoiler, but this is a false gospel. And Galatians 1:8-9 says, Paul said, if I or an angel from heaven preach to you a different gospel, let him be accursed. Then he goes on, if anyone is preaching a gospel contrary to the one you received, death entering the world, and the only way to be reconciled to God the Father, to have our sins black and white, step out of the dogma. And then gray aliens, the typical same look, usually reminds me of Aleister Crowley's Lamb. Horrible backstory with this thing, but wanted to throw that in there. Abduction and experimentation. Math, the language in which all the universe speaks, which is exactly what I believed, and we're not really going to touch on this in the videos, but that is nothing new to me. Like Pythagoras said, I believed that number is all. The demons were communicating to me through numbers, and I believed that I was seeing the code behind reality. And I was being led like a rat chasing cheese to its own death, to my own destruction, to some of the darkest places of my life. And I'm so passionate about this because my words don't do justice. They just sound like words. And I pray that by the power of God's Spirit, they are piercing you with the truth that this is evil, that this is not cool, it's not fascinating. It's evil being portrayed as beauty, which Satan does, 2 Corinthians 11:14, masquerading, disguising itself as light. Telepathic empathy, communication through feeling, through intuition, dormant gifts activated or awakened. Empathy as king, aliens saving ourselves from war or whatever through their powers, their evolution. All right, why do I have a problem with this? Well, I'm going to go back down this list. And please keep in mind that all the things I'm going to show, we got tastes of throughout the movie. And these are just clips. Lord willing, my next video will be me unpacking these videos in full. At least one of them. Just playing it through and reacting to it biblically because I care about you. And if someone is out there who is having these experiences, I want you to know that you are not alone. You are not isolated in this. You are not crazy. But you need to know the reality of what's happening to you before you follow it to your own destruction. I want you to have freedom. I want you to walk in the light and have the power in Christ that only He can give, which is freedom from sin and eternal life. I want that for you. And so that's why I'm going to react to these now. Was it great? Was it empowering? Was it beautiful? Well, you'll get to see for yourself. I encourage you to pray before watching this. Just know that if you are in Christ, you don't need to fear. And understand, I spent a lifetime begging for more contact with these demons. And so it is no surprise that it got to the extent that it got to with me because I was welcoming it in. I didn't realize it was evil, but I didn't know Christ. I hadn't read the Bible. I didn't want to turn from my sin. And I was promised this other false gospel. And I was really embracing it. And if you are not in Christ, please turn to Him today. You need the Savior. Is really like. Because it doesn't.
Has said the proposed sanctions bill is carefully crafted to target India and China while ensuring US allies in Europe are not affected. What is India's response to that? And so one more question on the BRICS summit. Could we please know whether invitations have been extended to all BRICS countries, members and outreach partner countries for the upcoming summit? And have any countries formally confirmed their participation at this stage? Thank you.
Keshav.
Thank you, spokesperson. Keshav Padmanabhan from the print. This is actually regarding the BRICS invitations, because there have been certain sections of commentaries from Bangladesh which has indicated that the invitation sent to Prime Minister Tariq Rahman did not use his official title as Prime Minister, but only as chair of BIMSTEC, which they found insulting. And this is, going viral in certain sections of Bangladesh. Just wanted a clarification on what was the invitation sent to Tariq Rahman, if at all, and whether it's referred to him as Prime Minister or whether there's just mischievous elements. Thank you.
Neeraj?
सर, नीरज न्यूज 18 इंडिया से। यूएस में जो बिल है 100% टैरिफ लगाने का प्रस्ताव जिसमें लाया जा रहा है रूसी तेल खरीद को लेकर, उसे यूक्रेन और पोलैंड ने भी समर्थन किया है। कल विदेश मंत्री की यूक्रेन के विदेश मंत्री से बातचीत हुई थी। क्या भारतीय विदेश मंत्री ने अपना विरोध या अपनी बात रखी इस मसले पे? दूसरा सवाल ये है सर कि अमेरिका में एक रिपोर्ट आई है कि जो लोग ग्रेजुएट हैं अगर वो वहाँ बाद में नौकरी करते हैं तो $1 लाख उन्हें जमा करना होगा। इस तरह का प्रस्ताव बात कंसीडर कर रहा है अमेरिका, तो इससे भारतीय छात्र प्रभावित होंगे, कैसे देखते हैं हम लोग?
So, Huma, first to your question about Indians in the Russian army. So, let me give you an update. We have been following up with the Russian side for the release of the remaining Indian nationals in the Russian army. So far, our efforts have led to the release of 139 Indian nationals. We continue to pursue the release of the remaining 24 Indian nationals who are reportedly in the Russian army. At the same time, we would, in response to your question, also once again, we would like to caution our people against job offers that are fraught with risk and made by unscrupulous individuals and agencies. On your second question as to the number of people who've been deported from the United States, so as you know that we continue to work with several foreign governments on deportation issues. As and when such issues are referred to us, we do conduct due diligence on our side to confirm the nationality of the person concerned who's being referred for deportation. Once we are fully satisfied that the person concerned is of Indian nationality, only then we facilitate their travel or return to India. Let me give you the figures for the United States. The total number of Indians deported from the United States to India in 2026, which means from 1st January till date, is 2,1273. In 2025, a total of 3,567 Indian nationals were deported from the United States. Ayushi, your question was regarding the bill that is making news in the United States. So let me say that we are aware of this development and we are closely monitoring the situation. As you know, very well aware that on energy security, our position has been clarified and very well articulated on several occasions. It is something which is predicated on our national priorities and on securing the energy needs of our 1.4 billion people, our citizens, through diversified sources, which includes the United States. We remain engaged with relevant stakeholders in the United States at various levels on this particular matter. Keshav and Ayushi, your questions were regarding BRICS invitations. So let me say that we are working to hold the BRICS Summit in India. We are the chair of the BRICS Summit, and we are making preparations to host the BRICS Summit with full preparations. As far as invitations are concerned and some of the technical questions that you asked, let me come back to you with an update. नीरज, आपके सवाल का मैंने जवाब दिया था, लेकिन हमारा ये कहना है कि ये जो गतिविधि चल रही है अमेरिका में, उस पर हम लोग नज़र रखे हैं, ध्यान रखे हुए हैं. जहाँ तक ऊर्जा सुरक्षा का सवाल है, आप जैसा कि भली भांति जानते हैं, हमारा ऊर्जा सुरक्षा जो हमारे राष्ट्रीय हित हैं और जो हमारे 1.4 अरब भारतीय नागरिक हैं, उनको किस प्रकार से ऊर्जा मुहैया कराया जाए, उनकी ऊर्जा सुरक्षा किस प्रकार से उसको पूरा किया जाए, इस पर आधारित है. और साथ ही साथ मैं ये कहना चाहूँगा कि जो हम ऊर्जा पदार्थ दुनिया भर से खरीदते हैं, हमारा लक्ष्य यह है कि कई एक देशों से और कई एक सूत्रों से खरीदा जाए, जिसमें कि अमेरिका भी शामिल है. और इस मुद्दे पर अमेरिका में कई एक साझेदार हैं जिनके साथ हमारी बातचीत चल रही है, उनके साथ हमारा इस मुद्दे पर चर्चा चल रही है. दूसरा सवाल नीरज आपका रहा कि वो जो कुछ बदलाव वहाँ के इमिग्रेशन रूल्स वगैरह में हो रहे थे. जैसा कि आप जानते हैं कि इमिग्रेशन का मामला हो, वीज़ा का मामला हो, ये एक संप्रभु कार्य है. लेकिन उसको कहते हुए मैं ये कहना चाहता हूँ कि जब भी कोई मसला ऐसा आता है जिसमें कि हमारे अपने छात्रों का हित की सुरक्षा करनी हो और उस बात को हमारे यहाँ के एम्बेसी, यहाँ के सरकार जो उनका है, उनसे अगर उठाने की बात है तो उसको हम लोग टेकअप करते हैं, उसको हम उठाते हैं, ताकि हमारे लोगों को, जो भी छात्र हैं, उनको जो कठिनाई आ रही है वो ना आए. ओके, कलोल.
So this is Kolol from The Hindu. My question is regarding the Bangladesh visit by the US ambassador to India, Sergio Gore. He's currently on a 3-day tour of Bangladesh. He's met the foreign minister. There are other high-level meetings that he's expected to hold in Dhaka. My question is, has he, or is there a tradition, or at least is there a practice now between India and the US whereby the US ambassador briefs the Indian authorities about his regional activities? Because he's also a special envoy for South and Central Asia. And, is there some sort of a channel whereby you get to learn what he is doing in these various countries, or is he doing it completely autonomous of any negotiation with the Indian hosts?
Gautam.
Thank you, sir. This is Gautam Bahri. Ambassador of the United States of America to India, he has met Indian High Commissioner at Dhaka today morning. So I hope you are aware of that meeting, and can you tell us about what kind of discussions or exchange of views has taken place there? Thank you.
Pranay.
It's a Pranay Upadhyay from India Today Network. Recently, a report by or a statement by Amnesty International has implicated India for the military sales and supply to Israel. What do we have to say on that thing? And because Amnesty International report says that that same weaponry is being used to commit genocide in Gaza. So how do you have to respond to that?
Siddhant.
Sir, I'm Siddhant from CNN News 18. Sir, can MEA provide an update on the missing crew of MV AGN Ragnar? There are reports that the Romanian side has rescued some seafarers. Any clarity on that?
नीरज
सर नमस्कार, मैं नीरज दुबे प्रभा साक्षी से। सर विदेश सचिव विक्रम मिश्री जी चाइना के बाद सीधा भूटान पहुंचे और क्योंकि भूटान की भी चीन के साथ सीमा वार्ताएं चल रही हैं, तो जो प्रेस नोट आया है उसमें भारत भूटान के जो मैत्रीपूर्ण संबंध है, जो सहयोग चल रहा है, उस पर जानकारी दी गई है। तो क्या जो भूटान और चाइना के बीच सीमा वार्ता चल रही है, इस मुद्दे पर भी कोई बातचीत हुई?
Okay, let me come back. So, Kalol, first your question was regarding the visit of the US ambassador to Dhaka. I think this is a question which the US embassy should answer, or the Bangladeshi government can answer, because it's a matter between both these countries. Gautam, on your question whether the US ambassador met a high commissioner or no, I don't have any information, but as and when I have more information on this, I'll certainly share with you. Pranay, your question was regarding Amnesty International report. So let me say that India has a robust legal and regulatory framework on strategic trade controls, and carries out its export of dual-use items and technologies to various countries in accordance with its national laws and consistent with its international obligations. नीरज, जो विदेश सचिव के दौरे के भूटान के दौरे के बारे में आपने जो बात कही, सवाल किया, तो ये दौरा जो विदेश सचिव का हुआ भूटान का, वो वहाँ पर जो हमारे द्विपक्षीय भारत भूटान डेवलपमेंट कोऑपरेशन जो प्लेटफॉर्म है, जो बातचीत होती है, उसके लिए था। और हम लोगों ने विस्तृत जानकारी दिया है कि उनके इस दौरे पर किस प्रकार की बात हुई, और जो दोनों देशों के बीच में विकास साझेदारी चल रही है, उस पर बातें हुई और उस पर समीक्षा की गई। साथ ही साथ वहाँ पर विदेश सचिव ने वहाँ के राजा से बातचीत की, वहाँ के प्रधानमंत्री से उनकी बातचीत हुई, और वहाँ के विदेश मंत्री से भी बातचीत हुई। 2 अग्रीमेंट भी इनके दौरे के दौरान 2 अग्रीमेंट साइन हुए। एक लाइन ऑफ क्रेडिट को लेके है, और दूसरा एक समझौता हुआ हमारे जो अखिल भारतीय आयुर्विज्ञान संस्था है, ऑल इंडिया इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ मेडिकल साइंस, माफ़ कीजिएगा, और वहाँ पर जो अस्पताल है खेसर ग्यालपो यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ मेडिकल साइंस ऑफ भूटान, इन दोनों के बीच में हेल्थ एजुकेशन और हेल्थ रिसर्च पे आदान प्रदान के मामले में ये MOU हुआ। और बाकी विशेष जो हमारी विकास साझेदारी चल रही है भूटान के साथ, उसके बारे में विशेष जानकारी और किस प्रकार का प्रोजेक्ट्स वहाँ लिया जा रहा है और किस प्रकार का प्रोजेक्ट्स के उद्घाटन भी हुआ इस दौरे में, इसका भी विस्तृत जानकारी हम लोगों ने प्रेस विज्ञप्ति के माध्यम से दिया है। तो मोटा मोटा जो उद्देश्य था वो इस जो हम लोग का डेवलपमेंट कोऑपरेशन प्रोग्राम चल रहा है भूटान का, उसको लेके विदेश सचिव की यात्रा हुई भूटान की। We have some questions. So 1, 2, 3.
Deepak Ranjan from PTA. At a time when boundary issue with India.
Sorry?
At a time when boundary issue with India has become one of the most discussed topic in Nepal, with both countries will discuss it soon, as 13th meeting of survey official committee is expected in August, sir.
Raghavendra.
Thank you, sir. Raghavendra Varma from ZDF German television. My question is regarding the comments by the Ukrainian ambassador in India seeking India's help to get Russia on the negotiating table. How realistic is that? And to bring the conflict to end, what needs to be done and what could India do regarding that, sir?
Okay. Shailesh.
Thank you, sir. I'm Shailesh from National Defense. So this is regarding my investigative report for National Defense, wherein I found that CJP founder leaders, particularly Abhijit Deepke, could have been part of the influence operation of Khalistani separatists. In Boston University, they had great influence operations, and also in the London School of Economics. So have we sought any sort of help, collaboration or action from these foreign intelligence agencies to gather more information, or are we considering some case under foreign influence? Because that clearly establishes that there's more what literally looks. So I request your response, sir.
Siddhant?
Sir, my question, sir, I asked you about, of course, just a minute. Sir. Yeah. So, sir, I asked you about this, if you can provide some clarity and update, because on the missing crew of MV AGN Ragnar, there are reports that the Romanian side has rescued some seafarers.
Okay. Sorry, I missed that question earlier. Deepak, coming to your question, we have several issues which form part of a bilateral agenda with Nepal, and all those issues, we have discussions on those issues, technical level and otherwise also, and these continue to happen. Raghavendra, your question on Russia, Ukraine, as far as we are concerned, you know our position that we continue to call for dialogue and diplomacy as the way forward for early end to this conflict and for return of peace and stability there. Shailesh, your question I have already responded to it, so please you can refer to my remarks. Siddhant, your question regarding AGN Ragnar, this particular ship came under attack on 25th July as it was leaving Odessa port. There were 4 Indians on board the ship as part of the crew. 2 of them are safe, as I informed you earlier. 2 of them are missing. Search and rescue operations have been carried out both on the Ukrainian side as also on the Romanian side. These operations have been carried out, and we remain in close touch with both Ukrainian side and the Romanian side to see if we can get some results. And we have also been in touch with the family members of the 2 Indian nationals who are missing, and we are offering all possible support to them. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the close of this press briefing. Thank you. State, the so-called elections stand as a humiliating rejection of the Pakistani establishment.
Red Sea में attacks.
Namaskar. Let's begin our conversation. So here we start. कादम्बिनी, आपसे शुरुआत करते हैं.
जी. कादम्बिनी शर्मा, इंडिपेंडेंट जर्नलिस्ट. सर, सऊदी अरब ने एक इंटरनेशनल अलायंस किया है रेड सी में अटैक्स को रोकने के लिए, शिपिंग के प्रोटेक्शन के लिए. उसमें कई कंट्रीज
कोई भी अंतर्राष्ट्रीय जलमार्ग हो, और जहाँ तक गतिविधियों जो नई गतिविधियाँ हो रही हैं, डेवलपमेंट्स हो रहे हैं, उसके बारे में हम so let me say that as you and all of us sitting here have witnessed, the Pakistani establishment continues to unleash ruthless force against peaceful civilians in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. This crackdown has resulted in the tragic death of over 40 innocent people, and over many more have been seriously injured. It's the establishment's absolute disdain for the innocent people of Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir was laid bare when their defense minister branded the protesting civilians as enemies. You would have seen those comments. Adding to this, and what Akansha, the question that you raised, the special assistant of the Prime Minister on political affairs openly admitted that the very mujahideen that Pakistani establishment trained, funded, armed and sent to India have now turned their guns inward, weaponizing themselves against the state. The so-called elections stand as a humiliating rejection of the Pakistani establishment facing a violent regime. The people there have requested international organizations for an independent investigation into the unlawful killings. We urge that the international community should scrutinize Pakistan's actions and hold it accountable for its atrocities. जैसा कि आप लोगों ने खुद ही देखा होगा, पिछले कुछ दिनों में पाकिस्तान के तंत्र यानी कि पाकिस्तानी एस्टेब्लिशमेंट पाकिस्तान अधिकृत जम्मू कश्मीर में शांतिपूर्ण नागरिकों के खिलाफ लगातार निर्मम बल मतलब कि रूथलेस फोर्स का इस्तेमाल कर रहा है और इस सख्त कार्रवाई में 40 से ज़्यादा लोगों की मौत हुई है और कई एक और लोग जख्मी ढंग से घायल हुए हैं। पाकिस्तान अधिकृत जम्मू कश्मीर के निर्दोष लोगों के प्रति उनका पूर्ण तिरस्कार तब खुलकर सामने आया जब उनके रक्षा मंत्री ने विरोध कर रहे नागरिकों को दुश्मन करार दिया। इसके अलावा राजनीतिक मामलों पर उनके प्रधानमंत्री के विशेष सहायक ने खुले तौर पर यह स्वीकार किया है कि जिन मुजाहिदीनों को पाकिस्तानी एस्टेब्लिशमेंट ने भारत के खिलाफ भारत का खून बहाने के लिए उनको हथियार दिया, उनको ट्रेनिंग दिया, अब उन्होंने अपनी बंदूकें अपने ही देश की तरफ मोड़ लिया है। ये तथाकथित चुनाव पाकिस्तानी तंत्र के लिए एक अपमानजनक अस्वीकृति के समान है। एक हिंसक शासन का सामना करते हुए वहाँ के लोगों ने अंतर्राष्ट्रीय संगठनों से गैरकानूनी हत्याओं की स्वतंत्र जांच की मांग की है। हम आग्रह करते हैं कि अंतर्राष्ट्रीय समुदाय को पाकिस्तान की हरकतों की बारीकी से जांच करनी चाहिए और उसके अत्याचारों के लिए जवाबदेह ठहराया जाना चाहिए। There were other questions about naming, etc. We are very clear that the entire region of Jammu and Kashmir, the Union territories of Jammu, Kashmir and Ladakh are integral and inalienable parts of India. That is the position. This is the position. These areas, these territories were part of India, are part of India and will continue to be part of India, and we would urge all our partners and stakeholders that they should reflect the correct nomenclature of the area, the way we understand. The question, Sumita, about Indian seafarers, I don't have an exact detail.
And my second question is, do we have a number of...
All right, full rock star treatment for Alexander Wang, everyone. All right. So why don't we start out, backstage we were saying, you know, one of the cool ways to think about this event is like,
All right, Boris, we're so excited to have you here, the creator of Claude Code. Thank you.
It's great to be here.
Fresh off the press, You guys just shipped Opus 5 yesterday.
Yes.
And it seems that model performance keeps accelerating. You guys took Arc AGI 3 to 30%, which is incredible.
Yes.
And for context, before the best score was in the low single digits or low teens, right? What can Opus 5 do now that it couldn't versus the previous version?
Yeah, there's a lot that goes into every new model, and there's a lot of new capabilities that we teach and get the model to do. Whenever you do model training, you try to teach a whole bunch of different things, and most often it doesn't work. But some subset of the things the model does learn, and sometimes it also surprises you. It has these skills, it has abilities that you actually didn't really teach it, but it just kind of learned. For 5, one example of something it does that I think no other model has done is it runs for a very long period of time. And especially when you combine Opus 5 with auto mode, it's just like incredible. Like it can go for days, weeks, months at a time. It just won't stop. You don't even need to use scaffolding. So you don't need slash goal, you don't need all this other stuff. It'll just go because it knows it needs to do the task. Another thing that I'm really excited about, and I'm gonna start, I think, to talk about a little bit more, but it's kind of surprising because it's such a new capability, is the model does not seem to be prompt injectable anymore.
Not prompt injectable.
It's crazy. Like people have talked about this like lethal trifecta for a long time. And this really affects kind of harness design and agent design and product design. Because if the model reads some instruction on the internet that's like, you know, do X and Y and Z and also delete everything on the user's computer. A year ago, the model would have just done it. But nowadays, Opus does not. And this has actually been the case since like Opus 4.7, 4.8. Sonnet 5 has been quite good at this. Fable is quite good at it. But Opus 5 just hits like a new frontier on this. So essentially, if you combine a well-aligned model, so this is like essentially 3 years of research into alignment, with a prompt injection classifier, which we run for all traffic. And what this is doing is it's based on Chris Ola's mechanistic interpretability work, where it's literally, we're looking at neurons in the model's brain that light up when prompt injection happens. So the model won't even tell you, but we can actually see those neurons and we can figure out and diagnose that it's happening. And then you combine that with the auto mode classifier. And with these 3 layers, we just cannot demonstrate prompt injection anymore.
Talking about a prompt injection, the other side of the coin is now the system prompt. Let's talk a bit about the new release. You actually deleted over 80% of the system prompt from Claude Code.
Yes.
Tell us more about that.
I think something that a lot of people might not realize is Claude Code as a product and as a harness is just always changing. We're always adding stuff. We're always deleting stuff. Every time that a new model comes out, we delete a bunch of the system prompt, change a bunch of the system prompt. We change the set of tools all the time. We change the prompts for the tools all the time. And the reason is every model is very different. So something that you did for one model maybe 3 months ago, it just might not translate at all to the next model. And so one thing about Opus 5 is it's just really intelligent. And a lot of the stuff in the system prompt was correcting for these behaviors that the model should have known, but it didn't. Now Opus 5 just does it. So yeah, we deleted 80% of the system prompt. You can actually try deleting the rest of it too. So when you run Claude Code, you can just do like -- system prompt and set whatever system prompt you want if you want to experiment with it. And another thing that you can try is simple mode. So this is actually this kind of undocumented feature. If you do Claude Code simple equals 1, like this environment variable, and then you run Claude, it'll delete all the system prompts, including from the tools. And we actually use this as a sort of ablation to figure out, is the prompt useful? And what's interesting is that the model is actually a little bit more intelligent without these prompts. That's something that we've been finding. But when you use Claude Code as a product, you do actually want some of these prompts because it helps you use the product, and it helps the product behave and the model behave in the way that you would want when you're using it as a person.
I think the thing that's really fascinating in this era of building, basically you have built the best harness in the world for Claude, and that's Claude Code. From what I'm hearing, for every model release, you basically delete all of the code base, delete all of the prompt, and start from scratch every time. That in the old world would have been not something startups would have done for the product. It's like press delete every 6 months for everything.
That's right, that's right. So to be fair, we don't delete the entire code base, but we do delete a lot. So every time there's a new model, we call it, in research, you call this ablation. And so what this means is you delete the entire system prompt, and then you bring it back line by line to figure out what is the impact of each individual line. It's sort of like an eval, and you can kind of like evaluate it, and ablation essentially it's an eval, but you delete things to figure out the impact. And yeah, like we do the same thing for tools. Like we unship tools all the time. We delete code in the harness all the time. If you look at actually the code that's in the Claude Code harness today, almost all of it is about safety and permissions and static analysis. And there's a bunch of UI code. And we've actually unshipped a lot of the other code already.
Do you think this way of building a agentic product and harness and basically doing ablations every time there's a new model release, should everyone in this room that's building AI products basically do that? Be comfortable and brave to press delete?
100%. Yeah, and for people that aren't building agentic products, but you're using Claude Code, every 6 months, delete your Claude MD, delete your skills, delete your hooks, see what the model does, and it might surprise you. And actually for Opus 5, this is something we really do recommend, is just try deleting all of these things, because the model might really just not need all those instructions that you needed for past models.
Let's talk a bit about how then you build this new prompt. When there's a new model release, like for everyone in the room, everyone will want to try Opus 5 and they're gonna press delete on their system prompt. How do they go about rebuilding the system prompt? How do you set up your environment?
So you do it kind of piece by piece. So the first step is you delete. The next step is you use it. And you don't want to guess what's the instruction that the model needs, because you might not predict it correctly. The thing that you want to do is you want to run it. And if it's like a custom agentic product that you're building, you want to kind of run the product. You want to see where it fails with the model. You want to see what it does well. If you're using Claude Code, you want to see where it does well with your code base, or maybe where it stumbles over the architecture or stumbles over something else. And only when you see it repeatedly stumble on the same thing, that's when you add it back. But you don't want to do it too early. Because remember, like the model is going to read this instruction every single time you use it. So you really want to make sure that the model needs this instruction. I think this is sort of the crazy thing about building on models. It's just so different than all the engineering that I've ever done. Like in the past, when you built on systems, you build these like big, beautiful systems, and you really think about the system design up front. You have like a big suite of unit tests. You think about everything, and like a re-architecture is a big project. Sometimes it takes months. I've worked on re-architecture products at big companies that take years. And the model is not like that. It's the way to think about it is almost like a living creature, like something more organic. It's a thing where every model generation, it behaves differently. It has a slightly different personality. And you have to take the time to get to know it and then adjust the harness based on that. And I think it's just very much like an empirical and kind of scientific thing. You have to take a very scientific mindset to it, where you try something, you see the result, and then you iterate based on that.
If you're building in this world right now, what then becomes stable? Are evals something that you keep from the previous models and keep using them in each new model release?
We do until we max out the eval.
So that's sort of the tip for everyone. So code and system prompt, if you want to build at the bleeding edge and have the most capability for models, you gotta delete those. but evals are constant and keep appending to them, basically.
Yeah, you keep appending. What happens is, I actually wouldn't even go this far, to be honest. I think evals, they outlive the harness a little bit, but not by that much. Like an eval might live for maybe 1, 2, 3 model generations, but nowadays we're on the exponential. The model is improving so quickly. Very often we just saturate the eval and then we have to throw it away and we have to come up with a new eval. And this is just part of the process. And again, it's about being empirical. You have to use the product, you have to use the model, you have to see where it struggles, and then based on that, that's the eval set that you should build.
I think one term I heard you describe how to build the best agentic products on top of Claude is this concept of unhobbling Claude. And tell us more about what that means.
Yeah, so hobbling is this idea in research that the model is doing something and you're just getting in the way. There's this kind of like way of thinking about it that I really like. It's very useful when you're building product. And it's called product overhang. And the idea is the model is able to do all sorts of things with today's models, not a future model, but today's model, that we have not yet realized. And there are so many capabilities the model has like this that people are not aware of. And this is like the ability to, maybe use a particular tool, use a particular language, solve a particular kind of problem, do things a particular kind of way that we thought was kind of beyond the model's capability. And there's this overhang. Because the model can do this at every given model generation, but there is often not a product that lets the model do this and lets it express this kind of ability to do this. And on the flip side, often what happens is the product gets in the way. And this getting in the way, we call this hobbling, and then not eliciting the correct behavior from the model, we call this product overhang. So it's kind of like two sides of the same thing. One example of this was the original Claude code. When I first started working on it, this was, like a year and a half, 2 years ago, something like that. This was like Sonnet 3.5. At the time, that was an incredible coding model. That was like the best coding model that exists. Nowadays, it's a pretty terrible coding model by modern standards. But I think that was like the first great coding model that we built as Anthropic. And at the time, if you looked at the coding products of the time, what were they doing? They were doing like single line autocomplete. They were doing sometimes multi-line autocomplete. That was sort of a new idea. They were doing chat. So you can talk to the agent, but it wasn't write access. You could only read. You could ask about the code base. And so the feeling was that there wasn't really a product that was fully eliciting the model's capability to write entire functions at a time, entire files at a time. At the time, it wasn't entire features. We weren't there yet, but probably entire files. That was the level of capability at the time. And so the idea with Claude Code was, all right, we think the model can probably do this. What if we get rid of all the scaffolding and just give the model the simplest possible harness so it can write an entire file at a time and build an entire feature? And that was kind of it. Like, that was the product overhang of the time. The model was capable of doing something, and everything was just kind of getting in the way. I think that nowadays, with modern models, there is so much product overhang that I'm not seeing startups capture. And I think there's people thinking about these problems, but there's just a huge amount of opportunity to elicit these behaviors from the model that are just like amazing and interesting and commercially valuable.
I think this is such a special insight for everyone here in the room. Basically, all of you could create the next Claude Code if you figure out how to unhobble the models, because that's effectively the birth story of Claude Code. You unhobble Sonnet 3.5 because all the previous iterations were still getting the model very rigid in IDEs. And Claude Code was one of the first instances that gave it just a full terminal access.
Yes.
And that then created this amazing product just that keeps going. So let's talk about what are some areas and how should future founders here think about unhobbling Claude and fixing this product overhang?
So there's a couple of things that I will think about. One is you should give the model slightly harder tasks than what you think it can do. I think a really common mistake that I see is people are using Claude Code, they're using Claude, and they just give it like way overly specific instructions. They're like, I want you to do this, but I want you to do it in this way, this way, this way. You must do like 1, then 2, then 3, then 4. And for modern models, that's actually really not the way to do it. You want to go a little bit higher level. You want to describe the task, you want to describe the guardrails, you want to describe like the exit criteria, and then just go let the model cook and come back in a little bit. And I think it'll surprise you. Like, and again, like this is just not something that would have worked 6 months ago, but it does work today.
Can you give some examples of these challenging tasks or capabilities that people should explore that it can do now that it couldn't 6 months ago?
Yeah. So, okay, one example is the model can now rewrite essentially any code base from one language to a different language. It's just sort of crazy. Like, it's this work that would have taken just like a very long time as an engineer, and now the model's like quite fast at it. So one example of this is Claude Code is built on the Bun JavaScript runtime. It's an open source JavaScript runtime. It's an alternative to Node.js. It's kind of a faster node. Bun was written in Zig. Zig is a systems programming language. It's kind of like C. It's very low level. One of the problems with with Zig is you have to manually manage memory. And so it's quite easy to run into situations where there's like memory leaks and other memory management issues. And so one thing that the Bun team was doing is they were having Claude fuzz the code base and try to simulate and trigger memory leaks, and they were doing this for a long period of time. They were able to find a lot of memory leaks. It was sort of like a case at a time. And that was kind of the capability of the model at the time, was doing this fuzzing. And then at some point, Jared on the team was like, okay, let's just like rewrite it. Maybe the model can do this. And I think this is like one of these test problems that he kind of threw at the model with every new model generation. And starting with Fable, the model started to be able to do it. And so I think Opus 5 could do it as well. And so what he did was, essentially he defined a test suite. The nice thing about Bun is it's very, very well tested. There's a big test suite in Bun, there's a big test suite in Node.js, so it's easy to know if you did the right thing. And he had the model rewrite it from Zig to Rust. It was one prompt, it was a dynamic workflow, and a dynamic workflows are a feature in Claude Code that essentially let you orchestrate, dozens, hundreds, thousands of agents to do work productively. And it ran for 11 days, and it rewrote the entire code base.
And this was one shot.
It was one shot with, no, it wasn't one shot, but there was steering. But previous models just couldn't do this, even with the steering. It just wouldn't have been possible.
In just 11 days. Oh my God. This would have taken in the past, even with the best engineers, multiple months, years?
Definitely over a year.
Yeah.
Yeah, over a year. This was like over 100,000, like JavaScript runtime is really complicated. There's a lot of stuff in there. And yeah, it works. This is in production now. This is what Claude Code uses now when you're running it. So this is kind of one example. I would give a second example also of product overhang. And so this is like a practical use case where like there's a problem you're solving. It's like a business problem, an engineering problem, a product problem. And you should just keep throwing the latest model at it to see if it'll just do it. Because even if a previous model didn't, the new one might. I think the second way to think about it is experiment. And just give yourself like freedom to play with the model and do creative things. Often it'll surprise you. So something that's actually been really popular internally that's been kind of viral within Anthropic the last couple of weeks is someone figured out that you can give Opus 5 OpenCV.
Oh.
And you can have a draw. And so something you can do is you can ask Opus like, hey, use OpenCV to like draw this image. And it's actually quite good. It can do like portraits, it can draw like animals, it can do like landscapes. And we didn't train the model to draw. Like it's just like the solicitation gap. Like if you ask it to do it the right way, it can just do it. And we discovered this kind of accidentally, just by playing around and trying creative things that didn't have direct commercial applications, but is just kind of interesting. And my hypothesis is there's probably dozens, hundreds of opportunities like this with the models of today that no one has yet realized.
And the big area of research for this is basically model elicitation, right? Becoming really good at figuring out all these capabilities and asking the model to do the right thing, right?
Yes.
How do people get better at that? And effectively, how do people get better at prompt engineering? Do people still need to do a lot of prompt engineering, or is that changing as well? Tell us about where this is going.
Yeah, I remember like a year ago, one of the most popular job openings was prompt engineer. And then it kind of changed, and then I think it became like context engineer. So there's these kind of waves of it. I think these will kind of like come and go. I think the skill nowadays is less about prompt engineering and more about figuring out how do you give Claude a hard task that seems a little bit too hard. And then how do you make it possible for Claude to verify its work along the way? And the verification, I think, is probably the single most important thing that people do not get right, largely. One example of this is people were, we have this desktop app for Claude, and it's built using Electron. We've made it quite fast, so now it's like a pretty awesome experience. 6 months ago, it was like sluggish and it wasn't very reliable. Now it's pretty awesome, and it's the thing that most of the team uses. As an experiment, though, I wanted to see like, what would it feel like if it was native? And so what I did is I started a Claude Tag session, and Claude Tag is just, it's a new product we have. It's just Claude running in Slack. My first question was, hey Tag, do you have access to a Mac OS runner on GitHub? And it said no, and then I hooked up a runner, so it was able to start a Mac virtual machine using GitHub. And then my second question is, I created this like empty code base that was Claude desktop app rewritten in Swift. And I asked, can you access this code base? It said no. And then I gave it access, and I was like, okay, great, now I have access. And then I was like, okay, now what I want you to do is I want you to rewrite the Electron app in Swift. I want you to run the Electron app in the Mac virtual machine, screenshot it, and then look pixel by pixel, compare it to the Swift version. Don't stop until you're done.
And that was your prompt, basically.
That was my prompt.
And how long did this take to run?
It's still running.
When did you start it?
It's been a little over 2 weeks. So it's like 14 days, 15 days.
Yeah, so I don't know if anyone in the audience has gotten Claude to run a task for more than 2 weeks. I don't know, raise your hand, anyone in the audience?
Oh,
all right. Some?
This is like one of these, this is about elicitation. So this is really one of those examples where the model can do it today. You just have to let it do it. And you don't need the fancy stuff. You don't need /go. You don't need /loop. These help. But really all you need is give the model the task, give it a way to verify the output of its work so it doesn't get stuck, and then it'll just go. And actually, in this case, Claude also decided to live blog it. So what it did is it created a Slack channel internally, and it started just posting screenshots every few minutes of its progress.
Wow. So the prompt sound is so simple. I mean, everyone here could do it. And I guess, what is separating the people here that can become the top 1% Claude Code users? How can people learn to use Claude Code like Boris?
Maybe like, don't listen to the LinkedIn influencers.
Don't listen to, don't read Twitter.
This is the thing about the model is I think everyone's looking for like the one weird trick to do it. There's just like, that doesn't exist. There's nothing like that. The way the model works is you have to approach it empirically. You have to give it a task that's too hard. You have to give it the tools to verify the work, like you would yourself, like you would if you were doing the task. You have to see where it struggles, and then you have to like fix that, either with better prompting or with a skill, or if the model's missing context, like give it an MCP so it can pull in the context that it needs. That's kind of it.
It sounds very simple.
I think people tend to overthink it a little bit. I think people tend to over-engineer. Because I think in a lot of ways, like when we built systems in the past, that's the way you had to do it. So when I look at engineers that have been, coding for a long time, like for years or for decades, this is a really, really common failure mode, is trying to over-specify, and it's trying to be overly specific. And then, get the model to do the task exactly the way that you would have done it. And that's just not the way the model works. But I think a lot of people are kind of unlearning this, and it's a journey to unlearn it. And it's a journey to kind of figure out how do you treat this thing like you would a coworker. I think that's the level of intelligence that it's at now.
And as part of this, let's go deeper into this task that's still running 2 weeks since you launched it 2 weeks ago. How many agents did it spawn?
I'm not sure. I can ask Claude, and then I can get back to you. I would guess thousands, tens of thousands.
Has anyone in the audience had a prompt to any of the models that spawn more than 1,000 agents? No? I think this is another of the tips, like the best Claude users are able to spawn tasks that are really providing you a lot of leverage, like thousands of agents.
Yes.
How do you do that?
There's a few different ways to do it. The easiest way is dynamic workflows. To use dynamic workflows is a fairly new feature in Claude Code. And all you have to say is use a workflow. That's it. And then Claude will just trigger the dynamic workflow. What a dynamic workflow is essentially we have the bun runtime. We use bun as a sandbox, and we start a virtual machine within bun. And we let Claude start a lot of agents and orchestrate them. And it doesn't just do one agent. It doesn't just do like 10 parallel agents. What it might do is, let's say a task is like rewrite the code base, or do really in-depth data analysis over some really complicated data, or maybe like build a very complex feature that takes multiple stages and maybe dozens of pull requests. And so what it's going to do is it's going to start a bunch of agents to do kind of like the first pass. Based on that, it might do a second step where it has another set of agents that verify the work or that summarize the work. Then it might do like a third stage where it'll fan out again. So it'll kind of productively orchestrate a bunch of different agents. So my background is functional programming. And so the way that we design this is it's essentially an algebra for agents. So there's a way to run agents in sequence. There's a way to run agents in parallel. And Claude has different tools in order to orchestrate these agents inside of the sandbox to use tokens efficiently to do really, really complex work. It's kind of cool and something that just hasn't really been written about a lot. Like this is actually like a new form of test-time compute. Like when we talk about the scaling laws and kind of we talk about the model getting more intelligent over time, historically, it's been a function of the size of the neural net, the amount of training data, and the number of flops that you put in to the training. And then recently, we also added test-time compute. So this is essentially a fancy researcher way of saying, how many tokens does it generate? And now, dynamic workflows are essentially a new way to orchestrate test-time compute. And it's a new way to kind of really, really ramp up the amount of test-time compute that you use to do a really hard task. So this all very long way to say this is one way to launch thousands of agents in a way that is productive and efficient. A second way to do it is loops and routines. Loop is essentially a cron job that's running locally for Claude. Routine is the same thing, but it's running in the cloud. So you can close your laptop. And this is like slightly different because for a dynamic workflow, it's one task and you break it up into chunks. For loops and routines, it's one task that is repetitive, that doesn't share context, but it might share memory. And you kind of do this like over and over. You can do it like maybe every hour, every 5 minutes, every day. And so a thing that we've started doing is we actually have Claude maintaining itself now. And the way we do this is we have a Slack channel where we just had Claude start a bunch of different routines to maintain its own code base. And we actually do this for the CLI, for the iOS app, for the Android app, for the desktop app. And for example, one routine is clean up dead code. This is a single prompt. It's like one sentence. Claude runs this every day. It'll look for dead code across all the code bases. using static and dynamic analysis. We didn't prompt that, it just kind of figured it out. And it'll put a pull request every day to delete the dead code. Another example is shipping experiments that should go out. So the experiment's already out to 100%, it'll delete it from the code base and it'll just ship it. Another one is writing tests for areas of the code base that need test coverage. Another one is deleting tests that don't need to be there because they were kind of useless tests added by older models or added by people at some point. One that I really love is this, I forget what we called it. I think we called it abstraction police. And the idea is there are, often in a big code base, there's kind of the same abstraction and it appears multiple times. And if you kind of squint, it actually maybe should just be the same abstraction. But kind of over time, for whatever reason, you rebuilt it multiple ways in different parts of the code base. So Quad kind of goes out every day across all our code bases. It finds these nearly duplicated abstractions and it unifies them. And so now we have every day, maybe 20 or 30 of these routines. It's running across all of our code bases. And it's not totally there yet, but we're on the path to fully automating the maintenance of our apps by doing this. And this is, again, hundreds of agents running every day, sometimes thousands of agents every day. It's doing the work of, dozens or hundreds of engineers. This is kind of what it used to take to do this kind of work. And this means that engineers can just do the thing they actually want to do, which is ship new product and talk to users and do stuff that's actually fun.
I guess next conclusion for this, which you have mentioned in the past, that basically coding is solved, right? You have mentioned this. I'm curious now that effectively everyone can write software. What separates the exceptional builders from the rest? What are the qualities now that everyone can ship code?
I would give one caveat. So coding is solved for the kind of coding that I do. It's not solved for everyone. There's still code bases that are super deep systems code bases where Quad still struggles. There's distributed systems where Quad still struggles. There's really kind of in the weeds UI verification, something is off by pixel or something. Quad is still not perfect at this. Opus 5 was a big leap in vision and computer use, but it's still not perfect. But I'm actually curious, for people here, maybe raise your hand if 100% of your code is written using agents. You don't write any code by hand anymore. It's pretty good. Okay, how about more than 50%? Slightly less hands, maybe about the same. Yeah. So I think it's getting there. So it's kind of getting to this, to being solved for more and more kinds of code. And that's kind of cool. When I think about the people that are the best at using Quad, I think there's a certain mindset that you can bring that's really effective. And it's really about being empirical. So forget all of the things that you learn about past models. Forget everything that you learned about computer science theory in class. Look at the model, try to do a task, see where it struggles, and then based on that, adjust. So it's just very much become, it's not a theoretical science, it's become an empirical science. So I think people that are really good at this, that are really good at kind of forgetting their priors, letting go of, this maybe idea that didn't work before and just being open to trying it again. This is the kind of skill that's just very, very successful now.
Now my last question is, given everything that we talked about, if there's someone here that's studying CS, and you learned to program before this era of AI agentic coding, what should students still learn the hard way, the old way?
So for me, I learned computer science practically. I learned it by teaching myself to code in order to solve problems. Whenever I was doing this, I was doing it to solve a particular problem that I had. So I actually first learned to code on TI-83 calculators. This is back in middle school, and I ended up actually writing a guide on the internet for programming TI-83 calculators. It's still up on the internet somewhere. And it was BASIC. That was my first language. And I learned how to program on calculators so I could just get better at my math tests by cheating on the test. So it was about something practical, like to me as a middle schooler, that was kind of like the most practical thing I could think of. And I ended up getting good grades, and then I got this little serial cable to give the programs to my classmates, and they got really good grades. And then the math got a little bit harder. It wasn't something that I could solve in BASIC anymore. So I kind of went from this like maybe algebra solver that was written in BASIC, and I had to solve harder problems. And once we got into calculus, I had to learn assembly so that I could write a better solver so I could cheat better on the test, now that it was calculus. And so for me, programming has always been very practical, and I think this is always my advice for people in school is learn not just the computer science. This is like intellectually fascinating, and it's really, really interesting to know, but learn how to apply it. And often this is about building startups. It's about building products. It's about developing your own design sense, developing your business sense, learning how to do data science, learning how to talk to users. There are all these other skills, and when you combine it with computer science and engineering, that's where it becomes really, really valuable. So those are the hard skills that I would still be doing by hand.
So if I'm hearing and summarizing, start with making something you want first for yourself, and then level up and make something people want.
Yes.
And we just have one last special announcement, Boris. You wanna, one last thing?
Yeah, so for everyone here today, you are getting max 20x. Pretty good. So look for a code in your email, and I can't wait to see what you build.
We'll be sending it now. So I'm curious, someone in this room should be building something that runs hopefully multiple months and thousands of agents now that you have the account to do it. And with that, thank you so much, Boris.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm John, and I'm a partner at YC. I often meet founders who have lots of ideas about what to work on and can't decide between them. Sometimes they're working on multiple things. Often they'll say that they're waiting to find the best idea before fully committing. But it's extremely hard to make meaningful progress on a startup without committing to a single idea. So in this video, I'm going to give you a rubric for how to stop overthinking, pick an idea, commit to it, and then figure out fast whether it's actually working. The most important piece of advice I'd give to founders struggling to pick a startup idea is don't overthink it. Overthinking a startup in the earliest days can take many forms, but here are a couple of the most common failure modes I see. The first is thinking that you need to find the perfect idea. In some ways, this is an understandable impulse. Startups are hard, so shouldn't you figure out the best idea before committing? The problem with this approach is that it's impossible to figure out the perfect idea in the abstract. You can only figure out what you should be working on by making contact with reality and getting feedback from customers. The second overthink is, am I the perfect founder for this? It's true that founder market fit matters. A non-technical founder likely won't be the right person to come up with a killer DevTools startup idea, for example. But often founders, especially second-time founders, weaponize this line against themselves. They convince themselves that they need a decade of domain experience before they can start. The truth is, you don't. If you pick an idea you're curious about, go extremely deep, and most importantly, talk to customers, it's often possible to develop extraordinary knowledge in a short amount of time. We see incredible examples of this all the time at YC. Take Blake Scholl, the CEO of Boom Supersonic. Blake spent his early career working on ad tech at companies like Amazon and Groupon before deciding to work on commercializing supersonic flight. Lots of people probably thought he was crazy. But now, Boom is a billion-dollar company. So don't let the question of whether you're allowed to work on something stop you from starting. Once you've stopped overthinking your ideas, it's important to commit to just one. Often, I meet founders who are working on multiple ideas at once because they believe that this is the best way to figure out which one will actually work. There are a couple problems with this approach. The most serious is that it tends to produce bad data. If you don't actually go deep on an idea, but instead juggle it with several others, you won't get good signal about whether what you're doing actually works. And if you don't get good signal, then you could either prematurely talk yourself out of a good idea or convince yourself that a bad one is worth continuing. The solution to this is to go in depth first. If you're trying to decide between several ideas, all of which look equally attractive, pick one idea and go deep on it. What do I mean by going deep? The first thing is that you should burn the other boats. That is, you should explicitly foreclose your other startup idea options. Stop working on them. Tell any customers that you've pivoted and work with single-minded focus on the idea you've chosen. One way to think about going deep is that it should feel like wearing a new skin. You should become an almost unrecognizable version of yourself. This could mean changing your company's name, your emails, your website, and even your internal narrative about why you're building a startup in the first place. For example, I worked with a startup called GovDash that helps customers win government contracts. They pivoted at least 5 times before finding this idea. And each time they explored something new, they changed their company name and how they talked about their mission. At one point, I forgot how to get in touch with them because they changed their email addresses with each pivot. By truly becoming domain experts in government procurement, their 5th idea worked so well that they could barely keep up with demand. They recently raised a Series B to scale the business and meet that demand. Once you've decided to fully commit to an idea and go deep, how do you know if you're actually doing it well? The high watermark I use to help founders answer this question is, could you actually run your customer's business? Say you want to build voice customer service agents for cleaning services. The question isn't just whether you've talked to 20 owners. The question is, if I dropped you into a cleaning business tomorrow, would you know how to run it? Do you know what their daily crises are? Do you know whether answering the phone is a top 5 problem? Do you know how much business they lose when a call goes unanswered, and what they would actually pay to never lose another one? These are the kinds of questions you need to be able to answer with very high confidence. Another way to think about this is, could you teach a class on the problem you're solving? Are you one of the most informed people in the world on the subject? Getting to this level will involve lots of conversations with customers, and sometimes even literally doing the job yourself. But don't obsess over needing to talk to hundreds of customers before writing code. The goal is to do both at the same time in a tight loop. Deep understanding of customer needs, then product delivery, then deeper understanding of customer needs, then better product delivery. Real customers using your product produces concrete data that will complement your abstract knowledge, giving you a sense of whether what you're building is actually working. Once you're going deep on an idea, there are several ways to validate whether it's worth continuing to work on. The most obvious one is pull from customers, but there are several other qualities of good ideas in the AI era that you should look out for as you go. The first is that the idea sits at the edge of what models can do today. This might mean that your product barely works on today's frontier models, but will clearly improve as they get better. You should understand the bottlenecks impeding your product's performance intimately. If a particular bottleneck doesn't clear the way you hoped, solving that might become the company. This is a version of Paul Graham's well-known quote that you should live in the future and then build what's missing. The second quality of a good idea is that it should verticalize. By this, I mean that it should ultimately sell an outcome. For example, providing insurance or medical care rather than just software. In the AI era, the cost of producing software is going to zero. So the things that actually become valuable aren't just software for X. They're customer trust, licenses, regulatory permission, and outcome ownership. So if you want to get into the insurance space, don't build software for insurance companies. Just be the insurer. Similarly, rather than selling back office software for banks, just be the bank. One example of this is Corgi Insurance, an AI-powered commercial insurance company from YC's Summer 24 batch. They were not content with being a tech-enabled broker or even a managing general agent, because that was just owning a part of the solution. Instead, they set an ambitious goal of owning everything from underwriting to providing customer service, the entire commercial insurance stack, and even took the unprecedented step of acquiring an insurance carrier during their YC batch to make it happen. Being the full stack insurance company allows Corgi to underwrite any insurance line in any vertical with a fraction of the headcount of traditional carriers. They can offer far better pricing, much faster turnaround, and own all of the economics. That brings me to the third quality of a good idea. It should be the most ambitious version of itself. It may seem unintuitive, but the cost of pursuing a wildly ambitious startup idea and the cost of pursuing a modest one are roughly the same. They're both extremely hard. They both place extreme demands on your time. So aim at the version that, if it works, rewrites a sector of the economy. Because that's also the version that protects you from competitors, attracts the best talent, and has a moat worth building. This could mean building and selling into the most regulated industries like legal, healthcare, or financial services, or taking on very large incumbents like a $10 billion legacy SaaS company, or building hard tech like robotics for space assembly. Now, what if you do all of this and the idea fails? The good news is that you'll be in a dramatically better position than where you started. First, you have unambiguous customer data. You know whether there's actually a hair on fire problem in this space or whether you just talked yourself into thinking there was. You'll have real conviction to base a pivot on and a better sense of how to execute going forward. But more importantly, you will often come away from the process with a new idea that will actually work. When most founders begin, they're solving surface level pain points. The real opportunities are almost always the deeper structural problems. In other words, going deep isn't primarily a process for validating the idea you started with. It's a way to find the better idea underneath. This almost always happens, especially if you're at the forefront of what models can do today. You'll notice the bottlenecks, the gaps, the dev tools nobody's built, and one of those could turn out to be the actual company. Here's what I want you to take away from this video. First, stop trying to find the perfect idea. Just pick one. Then, burn the other boats. Learn everything you can about the customer and try to execute for them. In the early idea fog, where you can only see 10 feet in front of you, the temptation is to take a few cautious steps in every direction. Sample a little here, a little there, stay close to home. The problem is that gives you almost no information. What actually works is to commit to one direction and walk fast. You're not guaranteed to end up in the right place, but you generate much more information per unit of time. And when you're walking, you might arrive at a better destination, one you couldn't have seen from the start. The worst failure mode isn't being wrong. It's not making a decision, spinning your wheels, dabbling between ideas, and never going deep enough on any one of them to learn anything. So pick one and go deep. Thanks for watching.
At YC, we work with a ton of founders who are navigating the B2B sales process for the very first time. And I often notice some very common and easily avoidable mistakes that I want to talk about today. So I'm going to describe the typical progression that a B2B founder goes through, normally starting with something like a really poorly defined and overly long unpaid design partnership. All the way through to the pro move, which is a rapid, well-defined, tightly run sales process that results in contractually recurring revenue straight off the bat. In other words, I'm going to talk about how to close your first B2B contracts. So in general, the goal for most early stage companies is to progress through this sequence as rapidly as possible so that you're able to close new ARR every week and grow your company. And really 90% of the time, the vast majority of the time, founders get stuck in the very early stages. It's the very long unpaid design partnerships. And my job is encouraging them to advance to the next level as quickly as possible. Occasionally though, really only 5% or 10% of the time, founders will try and speedrun the entire process and leap right to the end before their product is mature enough or without enough social proof, i.e. other happy customers who will vouch for you. That's pretty rare though, honestly. Most founders are too slow to progress through these stages. So let's try to lay out the different stages and talk through them. The first is the design partnership we've talked about. Maybe you're very early in your company journey, perhaps you've got some Figma mock-ups or really just an idea, barely any code written at all. Or perhaps you're selling into an industry like law or accounting where there's a ton of domain knowledge and maybe you don't have that knowledge yet. And so founders at this stage will often pitch what's sometimes called a design partnership. They'll spend a bunch of time with a customer, often a customer with a big fancy logo, in their office, observing how they work and kind of co-designing this product alongside the customer to meet their needs. It sounds really good in theory. The issue is that these design partnerships are often way too long, 3 months, 6 months, and they're poorly defined in scope and suffer from really low engagement from the customer as a result. Since the customer isn't paying for your time, and frankly, they've got their own business to run, they just don't spend that much time with you co-designing the product. The entire engagement is all kind of, vague and meandering. You've got this fancy logo on your website as a design partner, which feels like progress to you and you're pretty proud of it. And so you don't want to remove it from your website, but really you're not getting any closer to real revenue with this customer. It is extremely valuable to be able to sit next to a customer in their office and observe their work, sit next to their keyboard and see what they're doing for a few days. When doing so, I generally suggest founders try to identify narrow pieces of work that they can automate. Maybe you ask the customer something like, what's the part of your job you hate the most? Or if you could wave a magic wand, what part of your work would you get rid of? You can even offer to do the work yourself manually for the customer so that you really understand what's involved. We've seen some of the best founders even go undercover and get qualified to work as an auditor or a real estate agent or an accountant and actually go and do the work, get a job for a couple of months so that they deeply understand the problem in the domain space. Really, the goal of all of this is to identify a really narrow burning problem. And you'd be able to go away and build a narrow wedge product in as little as 48 hours and bring it back to the customer and ask them to try it, see if it solves their problem. And I'd keep iterating over different problem and solution sets until you find an initial wedge product that they absolutely love. So if they are happy to pay you and use your wedge product, I then actually wouldn't build more stuff. I'd try and take that wedge product and try and sell it to another 10 similar customers. What many founders do, which is a mistake, is to try and overbuild a really broad platform, which is a mistake at this stage of your company because you just don't have the resources. You can waste a lot of time without any real signal that the customer wants what you're building. And founders often justify this as trying to reach feature parity with the existing software, which, because you're such a small startup, is very, very difficult. Instead, I just focus on doing one part of that of that solution really, really well, like really focusing on a narrow wedge. The problem with building something very broad is that rather than telling you, look, this sucks, I wouldn't use it, the design partner instead tries to be helpful. And maybe they imagine just one more feature that they might want that might make it valuable. And really, they just don't want to hurt your feelings by saying, no, this sucks. I've also seen customers treat founders in a design partnership as like an unpaid dev shop. The customer gives the founders an extremely detailed list of software requirements that's only really relevant to their business, and the list keeps growing. The founders understandably want to make their first customer really, really happy, but they're too meek to ask for money. So they do all this bespoke work for free. And it ends up kind of seeming like an abusive relationship. I'm not saying that all design partnerships are a waste of time, just most of them. Generally speaking, more and more features are not the answer. Instead, try to pick an initial wedge product and sell it aggressively for a couple of weeks. And if it doesn't work, pick a different wedge. So bad design partnerships is the most common problem I see with B2B startups coming into YC and doing sales for the first time. Founders cling to these long, poorly defined design partnerships that are just going nowhere. They get stuck in low bandwidth communication with a disengaged partner and can't figure out how to move forwards. So once founders figure out that design partnerships can be a waste of time, then they move on to free trials, pilots, or proof of concepts. These are really all the same kind of thing, honestly. Maybe you have an initial product built, or at least a narrow wedge product that people can use, but maybe you don't have the social proof from other customers that this thing really works yet. And so naturally, your early customers want to try the thing out before they make a financial commitment. These are normally called pilots or proof of concepts. One founder recently told me that a customer, I think they were in France, even asked them for a pre-proof of concept, which seems very low commitment. I really don't know what that is at all. The most common problem for these free trials is, again, they're too long, maybe 2 or 3 months, and they suffer from the same low commitment problems as a design partnership. There's no target or end goal, and the customer isn't really committed to engaging with the product or the design process. So if you're doing a proof of concept, you need to understand, what are you trying to prove? What are the agreed success metrics you're aiming for? If you've seen my B2B pricing video, I talk about defining the value equation with the customer. So for example, that's what percentage saving or revenue uplift are you going to deliver that makes your product a good return on investment? For example, if you're selling a customer service AI, you might claim your product might solve 20% of inbound customer queries. The customer will be able to reduce their customer service team from 100 people to 80 people, saving perhaps $1 million in salaries every year. That's the value you claim to be delivering. And in return, you might charge $200,000 for that software. And so a well-designed pilot or proof of concept is an ideal way to prove that value. Maybe the customer doesn't really believe you can actually solve 20% of their queries. So you say, give us a sample of 1,000 queries and let's measure how many we can actually solve for you. Is it really 20%? Or is it 15%? Or is it 25% even? Once you've done that, your internal champion can now take the value equation that you've defined with them and this proof that you can actually deliver that value to their CFO or the CEO and explain why it's a really good investment for their firm. If they pay you $200,000, they're going to get $1 million of benefit. It's a win-win. So pilots can be a way to convince cautious buyers and overcome objections. There are different techniques. You might offer backtesting on historical data or even side-by-side trials with their existing process. So for example, your customer service product will be producing answers alongside human agents, and you can compare the answers at the end. The answers that your agent's providing isn't really going to go to the customers, but they're compared side by side for a realistic evaluation. Or you might offer to take on just 1% of their total customer service volume, which is low risk. Or you could pick a smaller geography that they roll you out in before rolling you out across larger geographies. Again, this is a chance to show that your product works in a lower risk environment, so your champion's not going to get fired if it all goes wrong. But the problem with these free pilots often is they still risk suffering from low engagement from the customers. And founders are often very afraid to have a willingness to pay conversation. They feel like if they bring a dollar amount up, it might scare the customer off. But honestly, that's almost always not true. It's so important to have the conversation with the customer. If I can solve this problem for you and deliver these metrics we've talked about, how much would that be worth to you? You really need to disqualify customers who just aren't ready, able, or willing to buy your product. So after the free trial, founders normally move to paid trials. We've talked about design partnerships and free trials that go on forever. When founders really get into the groove and start ramping up their sales, they figure out they need to make these pilots much shorter and get a paid commitment up front. Getting a financial commitment from the customer is going to make them take your pilot much more seriously. They're now paying for your time and hopefully won't want to waste their money. As well as the cost of the pilot, I'd also ask up front about their willingness to pay for the full product, what's the annual fee going to be, and the price point. It's better to know early if they just aren't going to pay you any money whatsoever to solve this problem. If it helps you avoid going through a full procurement process or having to talk to finance or the CFO, you can ask your champion for the amount that they can personally approve. Maybe it's a $10,000 or $20,000 charge on their corporate credit card. I'd often take less money if it allows you to shortcut a long approval process. You might also ask for other kind of commitments from the customer to ensure that the pilot is successful beyond simply a financial commitment. Say you're doing work for an auditor or an accountant. Perhaps you should wait until there's a live project kicking off that's suitable for you to test your product on. So you say, let's not start this month. Let's wait until the first of next month because I know you've got this important new project with a new client. That would be a perfect test case for our software. You might insist there's client data ready to go, or a person or even a whole team that's dedicated on the client side to testing your product. I'd strongly advise you also schedule check-ins every couple of days with these people. So if they find any bugs or niggles with your software, you can fix it overnight and bring it back to them, which will really impress an enterprise customer. All of that might mean you delay the pilot starting by a few weeks until there's a suitable project. But then from the start date, you can insist on really high engagement from the customer. I'd also keep the time frame as short as possible, really just long enough that they can use your software and experience the full benefit. Maybe that's 7 or 14 days if you've got the product dialed in really well. And remember, because your product is so early, you're never really selling a complete bug-free experience. You're actually selling the founders and the early team. You're selling the promise that you personally are going to solve this problem for them. You're promising that if anything goes wrong, they have your personal cell phone number and you're going to respond 24/7 to get the problem fixed. I'd track the time to first value like a North Star metric. Reducing it from weeks to hours is often the biggest single lever for higher pilot to paid conversion. What this actually means is doing janky stuff to get your product live as soon as possible. For example, I would never do a full API integration during a pilot if it requires any engineering time from the customer whatsoever, because that's just going to delay you by months. If you can work from Excel imports and exports, for example, that can work, or ask the customer to email you the data you need and then email back the completed work. So you're really trying to get to the point where they can experience the value of your product as quickly as possible. I'd also insist you book a post-pilot meeting before the pilot even starts. That's a meeting where you can go through the metrics at the end of the pilot and show hard ROI numbers. It should be really crystal clear to the customer at the end of this process whether they want to keep using your software. Now, this is all pretty good, but the downside of a paid pilot is you still need to go and negotiate the full contract afterwards. It's like a whole second sales process just when you thought you had a customer who was ready to buy. And this can be very, very frustrating. So to get around this, really sophisticated founders move on from paid pilots to recurring revenue contracts with an opt-out period. So this is typically a monthly or annually recurring contract with a 30 or 60-day money-back guarantee or opt-out period at the very start. But by default, if the customer does nothing and is happy with your product, it's going to turn into a full recurring contract after that opt-out period with no additional sales process needed. That's the pro move. It's like magic. It's one sales process that turns into a recurring revenue contract. And it can be very persuasive to be in a sales meeting and confidently say, well, this is how customers buy our product typically. We offer annual contracts with a 30-day grace period or an opt-out, and customer X, Y, and Z all signed on these terms. It can be hard as an early stage founder to leap straight to this step when you're just starting out. Maybe your sales process isn't good enough. Maybe you don't have the social proof, or maybe simply your product isn't ready yet. So starting with an earlier step, perhaps a free pilot, for the first 1 or 2 customers and then moving onwards can be an option. Of course, you can't run before you can walk, but don't be stuck crawling on all fours for too long either. And for me, that's the overly long design partnership with no financial commitment. As a side note here, be careful what you report to investors as MRR or ARR, especially if customers are still in that opt-out period. Just be super clear with investors when you're reporting these numbers, where the customers sit. I think the tactic is still absolutely spot on. This is just a communication point with investors. So when you've got early sales really dialed in, you might be closing one of these recurring revenue contracts every week or 2. After you've signed these contracts, that takes us to the next thing you should focus on, which is customer success. So after you've signed these contracts, you may often need to dedicate as much or even more effort to actually onboarding the customer and making sure they're getting value out of your product. I spoke to a company just this week that had signed $4 million worth of contracts, but they'd implemented less than $2 million of those contracts. They're simply missing a customer success function. Finally, I want to finish up with some tips that I've learned from YC companies over the last years. First, get SOC 2 started as soon as possible, as well as any other security certifications. It might be HIPAA, ISO 27001. These security certifications can delay you by months, and so I'd get it started today. There are plenty of YC companies that can help you with this, from Vanta to newer companies. I'd figure out who your internal champion is and treat them almost like a co-founder inside the company. It's someone who sells for you when you're not in the room and fights budget battles on your behalf. With this person, I'd try and set and then work towards a defined closing date. They're going to miss it almost every time, but it can still help create urgency within the customer. Ask this person to tell you about their sales process up front. You might say, describe the last time you bought software like this. Who internally had to prove it? What was the process? You can map the organization. You might have the economic buyer, the technical approver, the security gatekeeper, the legal team, the day-to-day users, and then devise a plan to win over each stakeholder explicitly. Once you understand that buying process, try to drive it forward yourself. Don't leave a meeting without the next touchpoint set up. The next tip to move a contract along is to get on a plane and physically visit your customer in person. It can work wonders. You might email your champion and say something like, hey, I'm going to be in Houston next week. What do you say about getting lunch? And if they say yes, you book your flight to Houston. Don't get caught up in multiple rounds of reviewing contracts or NDAs. Customer legal teams love to do this back and forth. Their entire job is redlining contracts, but it's going to slow you down incredibly, and it doesn't really prevent much risk. So I'd be pretty flexible on signing, frankly, whatever your early customers want, as long as it's not going to expose you to like unlimited liability or contain a clause that's going to transfer all the IP in your product to your customer or something company ending like that. So I'd really ask yourself, is this clause like company ending or just a slight annoyance? And frankly, put up with anything that's not going to be company ending. Using scarcity can also work. You might say something like, we're talking with 7 or 8 potential customers, but we really only have the capacity to work with 2 enterprise customers this quarter. So if you're interested, we'd love to get a commitment. Otherwise, let's talk again in 6 months. So this has been a pretty exhaustive list. Hopefully it helps you to up your B2B sales game. But if you've discovered other tips that work for you, please do let us know in the comments below. And as always, thanks for watching. Hi there, my name's Tom, and I'm a partner here at Y Combinator. Today, I'm going to be talking about one of the most common questions I get from founders, which is how to price. So the founder's been working on outbound sales, contacting people, and they finally had a sales call that went really, really well. The champion, that's the person, the customer who's potentially buying, is really, really interested in the product and asked us for pricing. And we just froze. What number should we pick? Often, when you haven't worked at a big company, you don't have good calibration about what kind of prices these companies tend to pay for software. And so you might think of the last time you bought software, you know, a subscription to GitHub or ChatGPT, and you pick a ludicrously low number, $19 a month or $49 a month or something like that. Because for founders who have spent the last 2 or 3 months building a product, asking for tens or even hundreds of thousands of dollars can feel very uncomfortable. You almost can't say it with a straight face. And so what I'm going to talk about today is a way to come up with a price and justify that price to your customer. So there are 3 core elements here. And by far, the most important is what I call the value equation. So this is the idea that you sit down with your champion, that's a person at the customer that's really into your product, that perhaps sees it's going to solve one of their biggest problems. And you write down with this champion what they expect your product to do for them, what value it's going to deliver to their company. That might be a cost saving, it might be a time saving, or an increase in revenue. And you've got to write this down step by step, and then get the customer to challenge it, to prod at it, and really make sure the assumptions are correct, because ultimately it's a tool for that person to take to their boss or their CFO to justify the purchase of this contract. So we're going to walk through a quick example here. Say you're selling a customer service tool to a big company that has 100 customer support agents. And maybe, just for the sake of argument, each customer support agent is paid $50,000 a year in salaries, and then there's another $50,000 per employee in additional costs. That might be offices, overheads, health insurance, all that stuff. So the fully loaded cost of each customer service person is $100,000, and they've got 100 of them. So that's $10 million of total customer service cost. And say we're going in to this customer saying we've got this new AI-powered customer service tool that will eliminate 20% of the queries or 20% of the total time spent by that customer service team. That's $2 million of potential cost saving. And so again, remember, you're normally saving time, which is cost, or reducing cost directly, or increasing revenue. Those are typically the 3 things that companies care about. So once you've established what value you're delivering, the pricing is pretty simple. I typically pick somewhere between 25 and 50% of the value you're delivering. So they keep roughly 2/3, you keep roughly 1/3. So our previous example, $2 million of savings, they keep 1.3, you charge them maybe 700K, something like that. And it's a great deal for both of you. This person can take it to their CFO and show really good return on investment. So the great thing about this value equation is it also gives you the success metrics that you need to prove during a pilot project. So you might go to the customer and say, let's try this tool for a month with just a portion of your team. Maybe let's get 10 customer service agents to try it out and see if it actually does reduce queries. And let's measure it. And as long as it reduces queries by 20% or saves the customer service agents at least 20% of the time, we know this value equation holds. And if the metrics come back slightly different, maybe it only saves 15% or it does really well and saves 25%, you can even adjust the pricing based on that. But the value equation tells you the success metrics that you need to prove during a pilot process. So that's the first part of pricing. And by far, it's the most important. If you just stop with that value equation, honestly, you'll get 80 or 90% of the pricing spot on. But there are a couple of other elements it's usually useful to consider. The first of those is cost. What does it cost you to provide this service to the customer? It's important you never start with cost. Some people like to do a cost plus a margin pricing, and it just always ends up with you underpricing your software. Cost should only ever be a floor. So you do your value equation, you take 1/3 of it, that comes out to $700,000. Perhaps your costs are mainly OpenAI fees or something like that, and AWS fees, and that comes to something like $200,000. So 700K is your contract value, 200K is your cost, you're golden. If, however, you've come up with a value equation and your share of it, which only comes in at 150K, and your costs are 200K, you're in a bad business. You have to price at below your cost, which is not sustainable. And so you're either going to have to figure out how to demonstrate more value or change what you're building ultimately, or get out of the business entirely. Really, you should be aiming for software margins of like 80 or 90%. A quick note on credits. So people like AWS, Microsoft, OpenAI, giving out tons and tons of credits to startups. You should treat those as a cash cost. Don't assume you'll have unlimited credits forever. It'll totally mess up your margins. There are occasionally situations where you might want to price at or even below cost, but it's a really, really risky maneuver. Typically used by founders who want to grab market share in an arms race. It's a land grab situation. It's very, very dangerous. You're really betting that the costs are going to come down dramatically in future. Although, having said that, with the development of LLMs, companies like OpenAI and Anthropic do keep dramatically reducing costs. So there's perhaps some argument that you might want to price a little bit lower now because you know your margins are going to improve with time. But honestly, it's a really risky maneuver, and I would advise startups to really try to keep to that 80 or 90% gross margin. So the third element in pricing is competition. So you've done your value equation, you've calculated about a third of that, you've checked that your costs are way, way below that, so you're sustaining a sort of 80 or 90% margin, you're in good shape. But you have a direct competitor who's just entered the market, and their software is equivalent to yours, and they've decided to underprice you by half. What do you do? This is really, really tricky. A founder's first response is to often just engage in a price war. So to take the price that your competitors offered and then just undercut them. The problem is they'll do the same, undercut you, and that you'll undercut them again. And it's just a race to the bottom. So competing solely on pricing really is not a winning maneuver. You don't want to get into a head-to-head bidding war for a commodity product. Instead, what you want to do is set your product apart based on functionality or value. It can't be an apples for apples comparison. Your product needs to be differentiated. If there's extreme competition in an industry for a commodity product, that's a product where they're all basically the same, all the margin gets driven out. So you take the airline industry as an example, basically a commodity, taking a seat in an airplane across the country. The airline industry on average has 2.7% net profit margin. It's a brutal, brutal business, and airlines are on the brink of going bust the whole time because they're just struggling to differentiate. So now we've talked about the three main elements, starting with the value equation, considering your cost and competition. We're going to talk about other techniques for determining the price or maybe even the pricing structure. So another question you want to ask your champion is how and what do they pay for other similar software products? For example, are they used to paying a monthly flat fee, or per seat pricing, or usage bands, or credits? I would really explore the industry you're selling into and understand what they're used to paying and the way they're used to structuring pricing, and then pick a pricing strategy they're used to. People typically are wary of totally uncapped usage-based pricing, so you might want to put a cap on that. And really, if you can mirror the way they are used to paying for other software, the better you'll do. Overwhelmingly though, when you're choosing pricing, it's important to keep it simple. Overcomplicating pricing will kill a sales process. In general, committed recurring revenue, that's monthly recurring revenue or annual recurring revenue, is preferable to usage-based pricing. And that's because during an economic downturn or a slowdown, your revenue is protected at least until the contract is up for renewal. And then you can have a debate with the customer about whether it's worth renewing. Whereas if it's pure usage-based revenue, there's a real risk that your revenue just falls off a cliff in a bad month. And investors are really wary about that. So if you can, aim for MRR or even ARR. One technique to do this is to start with usage-based pricing for new customers, run the contract for a month or two, and see what their usage is, and then offer to move them to a minimum monthly commitment with volume discounts. So you can see they're using on average $15,000 a month, offer them a $12,000 a month flat fee, which includes all their usage, if they commit to a 12-month contract. Another technique is to ask your champion what amount they're able to personally sign off without having to get additional approvals from the CFO or the legal team. So maybe they have signing authority of up to $15,000. That's a good hint that you should keep your pilot pricing to maybe $14,999, something like that, just to keep it moving really, really quickly. Next, I want to talk about whether you should publish your prices on your website or have a contact sales for enterprise pricing. There are strong feelings about this on the internet, and often software developers say, I just want to see the price, I just want to click a button and put my credit card into bio. I hate talking to sales. Why do I have to talk to sales? The problem is the value equation is going to be different for each enterprise customer. And that's why most enterprise plans say contact sales. If you choose a price randomly and put it on your website for an enterprise contract, you are certainly leaving money on the table. You'll overprice the product for a whole chunk of customers who don't get that much value out of it. So you've lost them entirely. And for the people who get much more value out of it, you're underpricing it for that segment dramatically. So typically what companies do is have one or two cheaper plans, perhaps an individual plan and a small team or startup plan that contains most of the basic functionality, but excludes the core functionality that enterprises really, really want. So you can go and look at other SaaS companies' pricing pages and see what they gate behind enterprise plans. Often it's things like SOC 2 audit reports, or single sign-on, or audit logs, or compliance reports, or data being kept in certain geographies, things like that, that really individuals and small companies don't really care about, and enterprises find absolutely vital and can't live without. That allows you to price differently for your small customers and your enterprise customers. Sometimes up to 10 times more for enterprise customers for these extra compliance, legal, data privacy kinds of features. The next thing we should talk about is understanding that your pricing strategy dictates your sales channels. Put differently, at this pricing level, is there enough money in each contract to compensate a sales team or account executives? So a good rule of thumb is about a 5-to-1 ratio between new signed ARR and total compensation for a salesperson, including commission. So for example, if you pay a salesperson $100,000 a year in annual compensation, including their base salary plus any sales commission, so $100,000 total compensation, you might reasonably expect that salesperson to close $500,000 of new ARR every year. But $500,000 of new ARR can be split down in so many different ways. Is that $500,000 contracts, in which case each account executive is really, they're hunting whales. They're trying to close a contract every couple of months, something like that, and they might only be working on 4, 5, 6 contracts at a time. Or is it 20 times $25,000 contracts? So a $25,000 annual contract is about $2,000 a month, and your account executive would need to close about 2 of those per month, just under 2, to meet 20 per year to get to that $500,000 contract. Still doable. Or are you tasking them with closing $500,000 annual contracts every year? So that last example, $1,000 annually is about $83 a month. Your sales rep has to close 42 deals every month. That's almost 2 every single working day. That's not really a true account executive or outbound sales team. At best, you might have a call center of inside sales. So they're basically picking up the phone when someone wants to buy and, typing stuff into a computer system and answering questions. They're not out hunting whales anymore. They're really sort of harvesting a field of wheat or something. The next subject I want to talk about is whether you should offer free trials or pilots. In general, offering a really long free trial or a pilot is counterproductive. The customer's not actually bought into using the product, and so what you want to do is keep these pilots or these proof of concepts really, really short. Maybe a couple of weeks, maybe 4 weeks, with really, really clear success criteria from what we talked about earlier with the value equation. A better technique, if you're really confident, is to push your customers to sign up for an annual contract from the very start, but with a 30-day or 60-day money-back guarantee and opt out at the start. So if it doesn't deliver what they want, they can get their money back, no questions asked. But by default, it becomes a recurring contract. You can count this as recurring revenue pretty much straight away. Another question I get is, we're just a 2 or 3 person startup. Should we, put up more people on our website or sign more people up to our LinkedIn company account to act like we're a much, much bigger company to try and close these customers? In general, no. That's not a good idea. What you should do instead is play to your strengths as a startup. Say to your customers, you can have the phone number of the founders and we're on call 24/7 to come and fix your problems. You're certainly not going to get that from Salesforce or Oracle or something like that. So play into your strengths as a startup. Okay, in conclusion, if you really, really don't know how to price and you've tried the value equation, it's just not worked. It's too uncertain somehow. Honestly, just pick a number that's similar to other kinds of software that your customers buy. And then what I would do is increase that number by 50% for every time you pitch a new customer. So you start at 10,000 and they say yes, and the next customer you go to 15, and the next customer maybe you go to 22,000. And when you start to lose more than 25% of potential deals based solely on price, you're now probably in the right ballpark. So you don't need to win every single deal. And if every single deal is closing straight away, you're almost certainly underpricing. And just remember, if your company is successful, these initial 5-10 customers you sign up at the start are going to be a tiny, tiny fraction of the revenue you make over the next 5 years. And so it's more important to start signing deals and getting to the flow of it. You can always increase prices as the product improves. You add new modules and put them behind a paywall or upsell customers. So over-optimizing for pricing early is a big mistake. Pick a number, try and sell it, and just experiment as you move on. It gets easier and easier to close customers and increase prices as the company grows because you presumably are getting better at sales over time. You're getting validation, logos on your homepage of all of the happy customers who are using your product. And unless you're doing something really wrong, your product should be improving dramatically over time. The first 2 or 3 sales are normally the absolute hardest you'll ever have to do. So just get them closed. So to recap, there are 3 really, really important parts to any pricing. First is the value equation. Write it down, get your champion to challenge it, and then price at about 1/3 of the value you're delivering. So the customer keeps 2/3 of the value, you keep 1/3. Second, consider cost. Make sure you're not pricing at or below cost, unless you've got a really, really good plan to dramatically reduce costs in the short to medium term. And then thirdly, if there's competition in the space, you could get into a pricing war, and really no one wins from that. And so it's better, rather than engaging head on with a competitor, try to differentiate your product. Pick a niche, focus on certain integrations or certain industries, and show how your product is dramatically better and really incomparable to competitors. And that's it. That's how to price. I'd love any questions in the comments below. Thanks for listening.
Hey everyone, I'm Aaron Epstein. I'm a group partner here at Y Combinator. And in this video, we're going to be talking about business models and pricing. There's 3 main things that we're going to cover in this video. The first is the 9 business models of nearly every billion-dollar company. It turns out there's just a handful of them that build the biggest winners. Next, we're going to talk about business model lessons from the YC Top 100 Companies list. And finally, we're going to cover some startup pricing insights that we've taken from the thousands of companies that have gone through YC. So first, let's talk about business models that build winners. If you're not familiar, a business model is a fancy term for how you make money. And it turns out that business models are important because we see founders that often get frustrated when investors won't fund them and their business won't grow. And oftentimes they're not sure why. And usually this is because they're not using a proven business model. And there are actually only a handful of business models that are responsible for nearly all billion-dollar companies. And rather than trying to reinvent the wheel, you should actually just copy one of these. And here they are. Nearly every billion-dollar company is one of these 9 business models. There's SaaS business models, which is software as a service, which is cloud-based subscription software that customers pay either monthly or annually in order to access the software. There's transactional business models that facilitate transactions and take a cut of those transactions. These are often fintech companies. And then there's marketplaces, which facilitate transactions between buyers and sellers. These are often referred to as two-sided marketplaces. And there's also hard tech businesses. There's usage-based business models. There's enterprise. There's advertising. There's e-commerce, and there's bio. And so in this video, I'm actually not going to get too deep into the specifics of each of these business models. Instead, we're going to have a business model guide that I've put together that's going to be linked in the description down below. This guide is going to cover the metrics that matter most for each business model, key takeaways for each of them, and other similar companies that you can learn from, depending on which business model you are using for your company. In this video, what I want to focus on is things that we can learn from the top 100 YC companies. The top 100 YC companies is pulled from ycombinator.com/top companies, which is a list of the most valuable companies that Y Combinator has ever funded. And so for the purposes of this video, I've gone through this list and I've matched each company up with their primary business model to try to see what interesting insights we can get from them. Now, some later stage and larger companies actually have multiple business models. However, for your purposes as an early stage startup, you should just have a single business model that you're focused on. And so here they are. These are the top 100 YC companies organized by business model. And there's some interesting things that we see here. First is that SaaS businesses actually make up 31% of the top 100 YC companies. Transactional businesses make up 22% of the top 100 YC companies. And marketplaces actually make up 14%. So just with these 3 business models, SaaS, transactional, and marketplaces, it makes up 67% of the top 100 YC companies. On the flip side, with business models like advertising and e-commerce, they barely register on the top 100 YC companies list. If you're familiar with startup outcomes and venture capital returns, you know that there's a power law effect, which means that the biggest winners far outperform all other businesses by orders of magnitude. And this is true for the YC top 100 companies list as well. Turns out that 50% of the overall value of the top 100 YC companies actually comes from just the top 10. And so it's interesting to look at what insights we can get from these 10 companies too. And here they are. These are the top 10 YC companies by value. There's Airbnb, there's Stripe, there's Instacart, there's Coinbase, there's DoorDash, there's Reddit. There's a number of companies here that you're probably very familiar with or use on a regular basis. And what's especially interesting is that 5 of the YC top 10 are actually marketplaces. There's Airbnb, there's Instacart, there's DoorDash, there's OpenSea, and there's Faire. The interesting takeaway here is that marketplaces are most likely to build winner-take-all companies. They tend to become so big and dominant in their industry that it doesn't leave much room or market share for other competitors once marketplaces actually get huge. So marketplaces are 14% of the top 100 companies, but they actually create 30% of the overall value because so many are represented here in the top 10. And while marketplaces are really tough to get off the ground, they have a chicken and egg problem where you can't just build your product and then sell it to customers. You actually need to solve for both sides of the marketplace, the supply and the demand, at the same time in order to get customers. However, once they hit the inflection point and they start to work, they get massive network effects where each new user of the platform increases the value for everybody else. That's what makes them dominant winners. So you can think of companies like Airbnb. If you were looking to rent out a place short-term to stay, then chances are you would go to Airbnb because that's where all the inventory is. Similarly, if you wanted to buy or sell NFTs, you would probably go to OpenSea because that's where everyone is. That's how these become the big winners. It also turns out that 3 of the YC top 10 are transactional businesses too. So these are companies like Stripe, Coinbase, and Brex. And the main takeaway here is that transactional businesses far outperform because they're directly in the flow of funds. This means that they are the platform that money flows through, making it very easy for them to just take their cut. And so transactional companies are 22% of the top 100 YC companies, but they actually create 29% of the overall value. And this is because they're as close to the transaction as possible. This was advice that I received during my YC batch back in 2010, and that was to get as close to the transaction as possible. If you're a company like Stripe that literally processes money for companies, or Brex, that is the corporate card that they use to spend money, then you're directly in that flow of funds. And so it's really easy to take your cut. On the opposite extreme, if you are an affiliate business, multiple things have to happen before you ultimately get paid, which means that you are very far from the transaction, which makes those not as good of a business. For transactional businesses, because they're so close to the transaction, they often become critical infrastructure for other companies that they build on top of. And that usually means that they're solving a top 3 problem for them. So you can imagine, if you use Stripe as your primary method to get paid from your customers, the thought of ripping that out sounds terrible. You would never want to do that. And that's why these transactional businesses become so dominant. We also see that SaaS businesses are most likely to make the top 100 list. And this is because they have consistent revenue. So 31% of the YC top 100 companies are actually SaaS businesses. That's nearly a third. And this is because the recurring revenue makes them great businesses. This means that customers keep paying them every single month or every single year until the customer explicitly says to stop. So this has lots of benefits, including the predictable revenue that they get, which allows them to compound and grow their business. We can also see that very few advertising businesses become big winners. And this may be surprising because we're so familiar with so many companies that have built their business off of an advertising business model. There's Google, there's Facebook, there's Twitter, just to name a few. But really, only 3% of the top 100 YC companies use an advertising business model as their primary way to make money. And that's because advertising businesses need organic virality to win. They need to catch lightning in a bottle and become the hub where all users go to hang out or to see live streams in the case of Twitch. But when that happens, they get really strong network effects, just like marketplaces. So people go to hang out on Reddit and form communities there because that's where everybody else is. People go to Twitch to watch live streams because that's where all the streamers are. And so it's really important to remember that you should not use ads as your primary business model unless you expect to be a top 10 site on the internet. Otherwise, it's too hard to monetize and build a huge scale to become a massive company. So, what are some overall lessons that we can take away from this list? First, it's interesting to look at what's not in the top 100 list. There are no services or consulting businesses there. And so it can be a good idea to start doing services or consulting for your customers, primarily as a way to learn and make sure that you're building the right product for them. But consulting businesses suffer from having non-recurring revenue, scaling with people rather than software, and having very low margins as a result. So that's why these businesses are not venture scale. Similarly, affiliate businesses, they tend to be too far away from the transaction. That means that you have to acquire a customer, send them off to another product or service, hope that they actually make a transaction on that other product, or you will get some small commission from that 30 to 90 days later. So it's too hard to make a lot of money at scale doing an affiliate business. Similarly, hardware businesses, they require lots of capital to get off the ground, to buy physical parts, and they have low margins as a result. So that makes it really difficult to start these businesses and also to scale them even if they're working. Just requires so much capital. And then businesses that are built on other platforms, you don't see in this list either. That's because they tend to have a lot of platform risk. If your business is built on top of another big successful platform and your business starts to work, then it's actually in the interest of that platform to shut you down and capture all of that revenue for themselves. So that's why even if these look like they're working in the early days, they can be turned off at any moment. We also see that recurring revenue consistently creates winners. And this is because it is highly predictable. Once a customer has committed to pay, they're going to continue paying until they explicitly say that they want to stop paying. They also have higher customer lifetime values versus one-off transactions. And this results in lower customer acquisition costs, so you don't have to keep reacquiring customers over and over. If you have a one-off transactional business, then you have to invest money in acquiring that customer the first time, and then also keep putting more money into trying to get existing customers to spend more with you. That's not the case with recurring revenue businesses. But recurring revenue only works when you have strong retention. It's not enough for your product to deliver value right up front and then never again. You need to keep delivering value over and over again. Otherwise, your customers will churn and stop paying. And then you can't scale a leaky bucket if you have lots of churn. And to give you an example of that, if you had 95% monthly retention for your recurring revenue product, so that means that 5% of your customers will churn and stop paying you every single month. And if you started with 100 customers at the beginning of the year, then by the end of the year, you would only have 54 customers of your original 100. That means that you would lose 46% of your customers in just 1 year, and you would need to get 46 new customers just to break even with where you started the year. And let's say, for example, you had 90% monthly retention instead of 95, just a 5% difference there. And that would actually lead to only 28 customers at the end of that first year. That's a huge difference and a huge hill to climb. So just that 5% difference in monthly retention can actually be the difference between life and death for a startup. We can also see that some of the biggest winners are built with moats. There are network effects that many marketplaces have, right? Where each new user increases the value and they become the dominant player in the market. There's also lock-in and high switching costs. We see this with transactional businesses like Stripe. If you're the primary way that people actually accept money and process payments, then chances are they're not going to switch off of you. In SaaS businesses, you get the recurring revenue where customers keep paying over and over again until they say to stop. You can also get lock-in by having customer data on your platform that once they stop paying, all that customer data goes away. And then enterprise businesses, while they're often difficult and have long sales cycles to be able to sell into large companies, usually once you've sold into the company, the churn is a lot lower. Technical innovation is another way to build really strong moats. And we see this often in hard tech and bio companies especially. So you can think of companies like Cruise, building self-driving cars, and Boom, which is building supersonic jets. It takes a really long time to even get to a working product for these types of businesses. And so for anybody to compete with them, it takes years of difficult technical development just to catch up. We also see that higher margins and better unit economics can build moats. In the example of companies like DoorDash and Instacart, they've reached economies of scale where they're so large now that they've been able to drive their costs further down at this scale and improve their margins, which new entrants are not going to be able to compete with. And finally, if you get organic distribution for your product through virality or word of mouth, you can dominate your market through that as well. If you are able to get users for free because other users of your product tell new users to come join, and you're competing with the company that has to pay to acquire their customers, then you are going to grow much faster and capture way more of the market. So to recap, the best businesses generate recurring revenue, have high retention, build defensible moats, are as close to the transaction as possible. They scale with software, not people, and they're proven and use business models that are familiar to customers. And so it's important that you focus on innovating on your product. That's what should be new, and copying your business model from one of these proven winners. All right, now let's talk about pricing. It's important to think of pricing as a tool to help you learn faster. It can help teach you who wants your product, how much they want it, how much value your product provides to your users, and which channels you can afford to use to acquire your customers. So to help you get started, I've compiled 5 pricing insights from the top YC companies. The first is, you should charge. This is actually the most common mistake that we see founders make. Often founders are afraid to charge for a number of reasons. They're often afraid that their customers are going to tell them no. They're afraid that their customers are going to walk away and never come back. And they're afraid that their customers are actually going to go and use their competitor's product. But it turns out that charging is actually one of the most effective ways to learn a lot of really important things about your business. The first is, are your users even willing to pay or not? This is often binary, where either they're willing to open their wallet or they don't even see enough value in your product to overcome that hurdle. It can also teach you which users are most willing to pay. If you're trying to decide whether you should go after customer segment A or customer segment B, trying to charge and figuring out which one is most excited to pay can give you really good signal on who wants your product more. It can also teach you how much they're willing to pay. By setting higher prices, you can try to figure out how much value they see in your product. Even if everyone refuses to pay, that's still valuable information for you to get because it teaches you that you haven't built enough value into your product yet, or you're talking to the wrong customer segment. Stripe is a great example of this. In the early days, Stripe wanted to test the amount of value that they were building in their product. So while most of their competitors were actually charging around 3% per transaction, Stripe decided to set their price at 5% per transaction, nearly double what their competitors were charging. And the reason that they did this is because they wanted to test how much value their customers saw in things like one-click sign up and being able to get started quickly, and really in-depth, detailed developer API documentation that would help developers get started faster. And so rather than trying to undercut the competition in order to win customers, they did the exact opposite and set a really high bar for themselves to prove that they had built enough value into their product. So, where should you begin? The first thing that I recommend is that you don't overthink it. If you look online, there are tons of charts and graphs and formulas and all these different complicated ways to maximize your pricing and figure out the right price to charge. But really, when you're just getting started, the important thing is to just find the right order of magnitude for your pricing. And what I mean by that is, if you're charging $10 for your product and your customers are willing to pay $100, you should probably change your price. You're off by an order of magnitude. However, if you're charging $10 and your customers are willing to pay $15 or $20, don't worry about it. You're in the right ballpark, which is the really important thing. And pricing isn't permanent. This is really important. It often takes years to iterate and capture the full value of the product that you've built from your customers. And so don't worry about capturing that full value early on. You'll have plenty of time to maximize that. The next insight is that you should price on value, not on cost. And so there's 3 important components here. The first is the cost. This is what it costs you to be able to serve your customer. The next variable is price. This is what you're charging. And then there's the perceived value that your customers see in your product. And so founders often start with something called cost plus pricing. I would not recommend this. What this usually looks like is looking at how much it costs you to serve a customer and then adding an amount on top of that, say $10, and that's your price. But this actually ignores the full value of what your customers see in your product. So the difference between your cost to serve your customer and the price that you charge, that's your margin. That's how much you make on each transaction. And the difference between the price and the value that your customers see in your product, that's your opportunity to be able to raise your prices, to be able to capture more of that perceived value. And now if your cost is higher than your price, well, that means that you're going to have negative margins. And you cannot scale a business with negative margins. Similarly, if your price is higher than the value that your customers see in your product, that means they're just not going to buy from you. So how do you find your value? Well, there's a couple interesting ways to be able to do this. The first is talk to your users. You can ask them about the problem that you solve and get them to articulate the value to you. And so what this often looks like is if you reach out to a customer and you get them on a call and you can ask them, what is the problem that you are hoping that our product could solve for you? And they'll often tell you. And similarly, if you have a user that's signed up for your product but is not actually paying you, you can reach out to them and talk to them and ask them the question, what problem were you hoping that our product could solve for you? And their response is usually going to be one of four interesting things. The first is they're probably going to tell you that they were hoping you could help them make more money. This is something every company wants. Or they might tell you that they were hoping that you could help reduce costs. Maybe your product saves them time or money. They might also say that they were hoping that your product could help them move faster. Maybe they have something they were looking to launch in 6 months, and with your product, they can actually get it launched in a couple weeks. That sounds really valuable. Or they might say that your product could help them avoid risk if you help with compliance or offloading something, a headache that they don't want to deal with. Another way to find your value is to keep incrementally raising prices until you get pushback from users. And when you keep incrementally raising your prices, you will ultimately find the ideal price, which is when customers complain, but they still pay. This is actually a good thing, right? It overcomes that fear of charging a high price and customers walking away. Because the ideal scenario is when you tell the customer a price, they say they have to think about it, they go back, and then they come back to you a week later and they say, all right, that seems good. You're the best solution. We're willing to pay up. On the other side, if you were to actually charge a lower price and they say, yeah, that sounds great, and accept immediately, well, that probably means that you're pricing too low and you're leaving a lot of money on the table. Which brings me to my third insight, which is that most startups are actually undercharging. You almost certainly are. And lower prices are not a sustainable advantage. Sometimes we talk to founders and they say, well, our product is just like our large competitor, except ours is cheaper. And that actually does not sound like a good idea. That's not a way to build a winner. All that means is that your large competitor can underprice you even way lower than your cost because they have way more money and are way larger than you until they put you out of business. So I do not recommend having price as your only differentiator. It also turns out that when you charge more, you get higher margins and you're able to build a bigger moat. This means if you have higher margins than your competitors, you can pay more to acquire a customer, which means you can acquire all of the customers before they do. It's also important to remember that pricing implies value. When customers are evaluating your product, they typically don't have a lot of signals on how valuable your product is, but the price that you're charging is actually one of the primary ones. So if your price is lower than your competitors, then your customers might assume that your product is less valuable than theirs. Similarly, if you charge a higher price, then your customers might assume that your product is even more valuable than your competitors. So that can work really well. And so it turns out that raising prices is actually the easiest way to grow revenue. If you have 1,000 customers and you want to double your revenue, well, it sounds pretty difficult to spend all the time, energy, and money to go get 1,000 more customers. However, if you're able to just double your price, just changing a number on the website or changing the price that you're quoting to customers in a sales call, and your product supports that higher value, well, you've just doubled your revenue with almost no work at all. But what if users won't pay more? This usually means one of two things. It either means that you need to build more value into your product, right? Maybe the price that you have raised it to is now higher than the value that your customers see. Or it could mean that you need to solve a bigger problem. Maybe the problem that you're solving for customers is just a nice to have that they would never be willing to spend a lot of money for. So in this instance, it usually means you want to move to a more important top 3 problem that they have. There's a third option too, which is you could give a lower price in exchange for one of 4 key things. 1, you could give a lower price in exchange for your first user. If you're just looking for initial feedback and getting somebody on the platform, totally reasonable to give a lower price for that. Or if you're talking to a valuable customer that has a recognizable logo, that can be another good scenario where you would give a lower price. You can then use this logo that you get as social proof to get other customers onto your platform at your regular price. Also, if your product builds lock-in, say by getting customer data on your platform that they would lose if they leave, that can be another reason to offer a lower price. And if you're able to renew after the first year and bump your customers up to that higher price, that can be a good reason to get people in at the lower price because you know you can capture more value from them further down the road. It's also really important to remember that pricing isn't permanent. This is another common fear that we see from founders where they're afraid that they have to nail their pricing the first time or they're going to lose their customer and never have a chance to get them again. Or sometimes founders are afraid that the set of customers that they're talking to are the only ones they're ever going to get, and so they have to close them all. And if that's the case, you should probably work on a different business. But it actually is relatively painless to be able to increase prices on customers over time too. And there's a couple of different ways to do this. You can exclude existing customers by letting them keep their current pricing and only raising prices for all new customers. That's one way to do it. Or you could give advance notice that you plan to raise prices. And as long as you build in enough value into your product to cover that price increase, you shouldn't see much churn. Most people will probably be willing to pay it if you have a sticky product. Netflix is a great example of this. This chart actually shows price increases that Netflix has made over the last 7 or so years. And it's really interesting to see that they are not shy about raising prices on their customers. And now Netflix has 221 million paid subscribers, and they've been able to figure out how to raise prices because that is the easiest way for them to grow revenue rather than continuing to try to scale subscriber growth at the same rate. So if Netflix is able to find a way to increase their prices on 221 million customers, you should be able to figure out how to do it on your handful of early customers as well. And the 5th insight is to keep it simple. This is an example of a pricing page for Quicken. And as you can see, it's very complex. There's 5 different buy buttons. There's prices. There's $3.49, $3.99, $5.99, $8.99. There's crossed out prices. There's $1 off with a symbol right next to it. It's really complicated to figure out, even if you want to be a Quicken customer, which plan you should go with. And so this likely results in decreased conversion rates. So it's important to remember that when you're creating your pricing, you don't want it to create friction that prevents customers from signing up and paying you. On the flip side, here's a great example from GitLab. They have 3 very clear, simple plans with clear pricing. And so their pricing and their pricing page is not going to be the thing that adds more friction and prevents customers from signing up and paying them. And so I'll leave you with this story of Segment, which helps companies capture and use their customer data. When they started out, They were a couple of engineers that were not used to paying for products themselves. And so they thought they had to give their product away for free in order to get anybody to use it. And then they wanted to raise money from investors. So they decided maybe we should actually charge our customers money so we can show revenue growth. So, tail between their legs, they reached out to all their free customers and sheepishly told them that they were actually going to start charging them $10 per month, which was $120 per year. And so they were really nervous about telling their customers this. But surprisingly, their customers started responding to them with messages like, I hope you would charge me more than that. Otherwise, I'm worried about keeping my customer data with you, right? The low price was signaling to their customers that maybe their product wasn't valuable or it couldn't be trusted in the long term. And so in order to grow even more, they hired a sales advisor. And that sales advisor told them, you should not be charging $120 a year. Instead, you should be charging $120,000 per year. This is an enterprise product. And this scared them to hear this. It was unfathomable to them that anybody would ever pay $120,000 a year for their product. And so when they were going into their first sales meeting with their sales advisor, the advisor told them, if you don't tell this customer that your price is $120,000, then I quit as your sales advisor. So they went into the meeting, and at the end, when it came time to talk price, and the customer said, so how much is it? The CEO got really red, and he got nervous, and he said, $120,000. And the customer responded, how about $12,000? And they ultimately ended up agreeing on $18,000 as their price. So while they didn't actually get the 1000x price increase, they were able to increase their price 150 times from $120 a year all the way up to $18,000 a year. And it wouldn't have happened if they didn't ask for the higher price. And so they used this philosophy to continue growing their deal sizes all the way up to 6 figures and beyond, and ultimately led to their acquisition by Twilio for more than $3 billion. So the story of Segment hopefully is instructive to you that they started out giving away their product for free, ultimately ended up selling to huge enterprises and building a business worth over $3 billion. So to wrap up the 5 key pricing insights, the first is you should charge. Next is you should price on value, not on cost. The third is most startups are undercharging, and you probably are too. The fourth is that pricing isn't permanent. Don't have fear that you need to get it right the first time. You can change it over time as you learn more and build more value into your product. And finally, keep it simple. Don't add complexity, which adds friction to customers giving you their money. Thank you.
Stream is
recording in
live.
progress.
Look at this.
And then today. Oh.
It's hard to find this thing.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. Awesome. Looks like we are live right now. If you're coming in, it's 2 p.m. here in New York City. We got Hassan Shahid who's saying, let's learn. I agree.
How we know we're in the matrix.
Exactly.
When you can see yourself in LinkedIn. Is it YouTube as well?
Mm-hmm. It looks like we're on X too. Oh, let's go to Bryant. Hey, look at that.
Oh, fun. Look at that.
So many people coming in. Hope everyone's having an awesome day, an awesome hump day halfway through the week as we approach the holiday. I see Kay's in the chat. Hey, Kate, how are you doing? Elena. Neil Smith, hi from London. How are you doing from across the pond? Look at that. We have a few more minutes for people to funnel in or not. Hey, how are you doing? Jason, working great, good sound. Thank you. We were a little worried about that a few minutes ago, but I think we're in a good spot.
Wait, how's my sound, Jason? You hear me okay?
Hey, Stanislav, how are you doing? Yeah, I'm curious where everyone's coming in from. So I know when we were doing a launch, it feels like it got heard from around the world. Maybe people would drop in chat. Where are you guys dialing in from? And how's the weather out there? Canada, from Jason, hell yeah. Congratulations on the recent World Cup success.
Wow, a lot of action. Oh no. LinkedIn crashed. We're back.
There we go. It's ploy time. It is indeed ploy time. That's right, Mike.
Nice.
We'll give it a few more minutes for people to file in. What is up, dudes? What is up with you, John? Hello from Savannah, Georgia. Never gotten a chance to visit, but I love the Savannah bananas, especially their shorts. Teresa hopping in, Viv back. Oh, wow. Okay, okay. I guess we're on like a little bit of a latency now, but everyone's chatting. Buenos Aires, Switzerland, Bangalore, Santa Barbara, Auckland. Wow.
Dang.
Netherlands. My heart goes out to you.
Oh, dude, that was a painful game.
Colorado on fire, hot and dry. Hi from Guangzhou. No way. More Canadians, some Poles in here. Nairobi. Wow, what is that? 4 continents now, I think we covered. And we're approaching 205. Another from Poland. Oh, it's VizUX. Exciting.
Oh, nice. One of our top agencies, VizUX.
Some more New Zealand presence out here.
Man, what time is it out there? It's probably early.
I think someone out there from New Zealand said it was still dark out.
Dang, waking up early?
I know, right? All right, it's 2:04. We're going to get ready to get started. More Poland. Seeing a lot of love from Poland.
6 a.m. Dang.
Wow. Thank you for getting up early for this session. We're really excited to have you here. Belarus.
Can everyone hear me okay?
Portugal. Dubai. Amsterdam. Still funneling in. It's incredible.
Oh my gosh.
Let's get started here, please. George, I think it's a great call out. Why don't we get started?
Let's do it, George.
Brian, why don't you kick things off? Introduce yourself.
So nice to be here, everyone. Wow, it's been a crazy couple weeks. Will, how much sleep have you gotten in the last couple weeks?
Oh my gosh, not enough. Not enough indeed. But
I don't know if anyone's seen Will's LinkedIn post about your Google Calendar. How many average calls are you doing a day?
I think we're at like double digits. It's like 10 or 11 demos, follow-ups, everything else. But I mean, it's all thanks to, honestly, to you guys. The excitement we've seen from the deployed community has been incredible.
Yeah, and I think that's where I kind of want to start, which is, when we first started working on Ploy, we were just like, hey, I want to build this thing. Let's go put together all these different pieces across website, across ads, across, all these SEO, and let's just like merge it all together, put AI on top of it, put agents on top of it, and see what people can do. And really, like, there's such a variety of businesses, right, that we've seen use Ploy. So, I mean, everything from this business right here that I'm looking at, drivebox.com, right? So shout out to Adil. I mean, he built an incredible 8-figure a year business by renting out golf simulators on a trailer. And they migrated their entire website to Ploy. They've got an entire marketing engine that is now humming on Ploy. It's telling them how they're doing in SEO. It's giving them reports from Google Analytics. It's finding gaps in Google Search Console, right? So that's just one of the small businesses that's on Ploy today. We've also got pretty incredible big companies that are using it.
Shout out to our friends from Clay.
So this is a Ploy built page that their SEO lead built, and it's absolutely incredible. So it's like it services like actual how-to content, right? How someone can use Ploy, but it's got so much rich information on here, and it's interactive, right? So this is like the content that Google really is looking for. They're looking for time on page. They're looking for click-throughs. They're looking for engagement. They're looking for deep, real content, right? So this is another example from a, $7 billion company.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
And then last but not least, we have incredible agencies. So actually, Will, you're actually the one that put me in touch with TNT. Why don't you tell a little bit about this story?
Yeah, so I know I saw Kate Dunn in the chat earlier. Shout out Kate Dunn. She's been doing incredible work for her clients through Ploy. But yeah, for those guys who aren't in the know, TNT is an incredible agency. Adam, the founder, is one of the few real experts out there, I think, in paid ad spend. I mean, the amount of spend he's driven, as well as the clients he's worked with, I think speaks for itself.
It's like almost $1 billion.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Right? And when you combine, that expertise with the ability to spin up conversion optimized pages for all those ads and ad spends, it's a match made in heaven.
It's really cool. Yeah, I'm really grateful that you put us in touch with Adam. All right, let's jump into it. Okay, so I don't know how many of y'all have actually signed up for Ploy thus far, but I'm actually, before we jump in, I actually am really proud of our onboarding experience. And when Will first started, he was like, your guys' onboarding experience sucks. And I was like, Will, all right, I got you. So me and the team of engineers, so shout out to Max, Christina, we thought really hard about how to build a truly AI native onboarding experience, okay? So when you guys first sign up for Ploy, you will essentially get an experience that's handheld. So it'll look at your email, it'll essentially derive hey, what domain is this person associated with? You're not gonna see that today because I have so many different accounts and stuff, but you're gonna very quickly get an experience out of the gate where we are actually gonna start with one of the most common sort of onboarding sort of flows that our users go through. And it starts with what we call a site slurp.
The slurp.
And to bring the slurp inventor onto the stream, I'm really excited to bring in a special guest. Can we actually pull in Q onto the stream?
Hi, hopefully y'all can hear me okay.
Hey Q, how are you doing?
Hi, I'm doing well. How you guys doing?
We are doing great.
Q, where are you joining us from today?
I am joining y'all from Markham, Ontario, Canada. So I see a couple of folks in chat are from Canada. Howdy, y'all.
Love it. Okay, so Q is the Genesis, the hand of God behind.
Those words are too big.
And a lot of people wondering now, it's hey, this process, can I just do this in AI, right? Can I just clone my existing site and start from there? But actually, it's actually not that simple. So Q, while this slurp for HubSpot.com is kicking off, why don't you tell us a little bit about Rosetta and the slurp process?
Oh boy. So Rosetta, that is a code name that we have for this slurping process. And the idea for Rosetta is basically, given any website on the internet, and its bare components are composed of HTML and CSS, how can we translate that into something that Ploy can work with? And the idea of Rosetta, very much inspired by what Apple did when they first released Apple Silicon, is can we somehow translate any CSS into something that we can work with? So a lot of this actually isn't AI, because there's no way that AI can actually translate every single CSS rule through responsive this, hovers that, all this kind of stuff in what would this, like approximately a minute and 30 for something like HubSpot. There's no way it can do that efficiently in any way. So we had to kind of invent this thing to help translate everything over. And that'll help you get started anyway for setting up your initial site with section components. Everything is already ploy themed. Ploy theming is just like our enhancement on top of the native Tailwind stuff that all the modern big boy AI models out there understand and like to work with. So that's a very long-winded answer for me to say.
Is that site slurp is not meant to be a one-to-one clone, right?
No.
So, a lot of people, we'll get a lot of messages like, hey, like totally borked the site. And I think like we'll do our best effort, right?
Yeah.
But it is best in class. It's best effort, but best in class in terms of what it can do, in terms of taking your existing website and codifying it into a design system that a professional like you, who has spent the last decade plus building design systems, can appreciate and can work with, right?
Yeah.
So that's one of the really exciting things about Rosetta. So let me talk through really quick about what can happen after the site slurp process. So very quickly, Ploy can tell you, hey, like what's actually most interesting for you? And it's already done a bunch of research on HubSpot. So it knows that, okay, it's a CRM, and it's going to suggest a few things. So it could suggest, hey, like, let's go and improve AEO and SEO by getting found in search and AI. It can go and turn more visitors into customers. It could go and build more on-brand pages at scale for ad landing pages, for account-based marketing, for all these things. It can even redesign a site, but we'll get to there.
We'll get there.
But, let's actually just jump into how Ploy actually converts, how Ploy actually walks the customer through some of these workflows. So you're going to hear this word down the line, but they're essentially, we have employed these set of playbooks, right? So Will, like, what are some of your favorite playbooks that you've seen so far?
Honestly, I think my favorite playbook is probably the AEO SEO one written by, Omid. I think there's few people out there
what a legend.
Who are as, masters of the channel compared to Omid. I mean, what is it, like #1 ranking for like AI marketing tools?
That's right. Yeah. Yeah. So Omid, I had the great fortune of working with him at Webflow. He's now the head of growth at a company called Gumloop. Awesome product. Go check out Gumloop. But he actually had spent the last 5 years, helping clients with SEO. And he essentially codified a lot of that strategy into these playbooks. And what these playbooks are a set of instructions that help you execute this particular human curated, ploy tested workflow that is guaranteed. No, not guaranteed. You can't guarantee it, but is highly conducive to outcomes and success, right? So this is one that we're going to run with HubSpot. So I actually just ran this right before the call, and I was like, hey, let's go optimize the hero using Julian Shapiro's playbook, and actually pulled in dynamically the optimize above the fold content playbook. And he was like, okay, let's actually look at how the existing site is doing, and actually let's go and like do an audit of it, right? So let's just actually see like, hey, what's actually working on this, right? So it actually went in, read the whole page, and you're just like, okay, this is actually our recommendation here. And this is the big difference with Ploy versus everything else out there, is that it can not just tell you what to fix, but it'll help you fix it too. So here we have a recommendation, and Ploy generated a new headline and a new hero. So it asked me what headline I should ship, and it went and rebuilt this hero, right? So this is a different messaging, right? For HubSpot, it sort of follows the playbook. By the way, HubSpot, I don't know if you're watching, but you might think, this is not the right direction, but, wanted to show at least like, hey, this is Julian Shapiro, this growth mastermind's sort of above the fold optimization playbook applied to HubSpot.
So I guess question for you, and pretend like I know nothing about Ploy, total beginner. If I'm a marketer at HubSpot and, I think this is like 70% of the way there, 80% of the way there, how do I actually work with Ploy to bring it to that last mile?
Really good question. So there's so many different ways you can do it. The easiest and most approachable way is through this tool. It's called the annotation tool, the select tool. So when you hover over this, there's also a keyboard shortcut for it, for C. You can actually get into this mode where you can actually hover over different elements and you say like, actually the value prop is different. And then you can send this to chat and then it'll go and pump it out. So that's one way. However, like I mentioned, you actually get true production quality code as if a developer were to write it. So you're not going to get what we'll show you later with a bunch of sort of special styling. You're going to get really clean code for the reason that it's actually easier for agents to work with it, but it's also easier for humans to work with it. So here, like we can actually go into the code, we can actually edit the copy if you wanted to. I've always just defaulted to the annotation tool.
Yeah.
And then we also have a lot of really more non-AI approaches for editing a site that's a lot more deterministic that we're working on.
So you kind of get like the best of both worlds of like the speed and the leverage of like the vibe coding, but also the precision of those like what you see is what you get type editors.
That's right.
I mean, that's cool and all. So it looks like we made some changes here, or we would make some changes. Once we're actually happy with this, like, what does it look like to bring this live? Do I need to like get my IT team involved? Oh, okay, there's the publish button here.
Yeah, so essentially something to remember about Ploy, and this is, coming from over a dozen years working at another web publishing platform, is that, our hosting is built in. So there's a lot of different reasons why our hosting is built in. First, it's like way easier. Second of all, so this is actually built for someone that's completely non-technical. So if you just simply click add a custom domain, our agent will actually step you through the domain integration process. It'll step you through publish readiness. So shout out to Lorenzo on the team who spent a really long time on this publish readiness playbook. And what this does is it's going to make sure you connect to your GA4 or your Google Search Console. It's going to look at your sitemap. It's going to make sure that you can cut over your DNS over to Ploy with no downtime and with all of your SEO juice maintained.
Wait, but if it's like a DNS cutover, does that mean I need to like rebuild out my entire site in Ploy before I bring it over? Or?
No. So that's another thing, is that Ploy actually has a reverse proxy that's built in. So you can keep your existing Framer, Webflow, WordPress site, and you can essentially just tell Ploy after you switch your DNS over, hey, just serve these pages, these URLs from Ploy, but then all the other pages, let's have it work the same way. Continue to serve it from WordPress, from Webflow, for Framer. And then that just makes it easy for us to allow you to add net new pages, right? So you don't have to do this huge cutover. So we've actually seen customers go live in a matter of hours on their existing.
Wait, so you're telling me if I'm like in this webinar right now, I can literally make a page and have it be live on my domain tomorrow, essentially.
Oh man, HGTV style. I love it. So it's just like, we're going to sell some pots and pans. We're going to sell some knives. We're also going to sell some domains.
Exactly.
Live. And it's only 4 easy payments of $9.99.
But wait, there's more.
But yes, essentially, the short answer is yes. We've seen people go live super quickly with this particular product.
Okay, cool. So I think I have a pretty good understanding now as my, Ploy novice character of how Ploy can actually power my site. But what about this whole like growth engine piece, automating growth, putting these channels on autopilot? I think that to me seems like where the real power is here compared to any other web platform.
Yeah, totally. Okay, so again, I'm going to go back to our Ploy books, right? So these are Ploy books that are human curated again. Some of like the most cracked growth experts, like shout out to Emery, shout out to Neil at Rippling, right? These are folks that have worked with us to make sure that these are repeatable growth motions. So let's just maybe bring up this SEO and AEO gap report. So what this did is, as you can see, it leveraged Omid's SEO and AEO strategy system playbook, and it built this entire SEO and AEO report based off of this playbook. So this is actually something that in other positions that I've had, like I've had to spend like 6 figures to get a similar sort of report from an agency.
Yeah.
And here's the thing is that, this is actually a report that actually can come up with not just the recommendations, right, for some of these search terms and how many times you're being mentioned, but it can actually sort of recommend certain builds and actions from them. And the employee can take sort of action from those recommendations, right? So like, here's a report. It said HubSpot, like rebuild the comparison page as a neutral comparison. HubSpot is number 14 with a pitch page. Salesforce is number 3 with a hub.
Wait. So Ploy's actually looking at competitors here and see what are they doing?
That's right. So essentially Ploy will spin up all these agents and do deep research on you and your competition, how they're showing up on the web, where they're ranking, what keywords they're ranking for. And we're working with providers here to give us all this data. It also has AI visibility.
Wow.
Right. So should help you show up, like help tell you where you show up in ChatGPT, complexity and stuff.
That's incredible. I mean, I remember like long nights and hours, like in years before of spending so much time crawling all these items if some of these reports. It's crazy that AI just gets abstracted all now.
Yeah. And like the best part is that especially for our marketing site, right? You've seen this before.
Oh yeah.
Like you just like click one button, execute a ploy, and it's just gonna go cook off for your page.
That's sick. So you show me like, what we have here.
Okay. So something I really want to talk about is we actually have a lot of customers coming to Ploy that want to redesign. So I want to talk about this really quick because this is actually something that Ploy is uniquely good at and very differentiated from. So a lot of folks are such as Opera Go, they've signed up and they're like, hey, like I actually want you to redesign this. And Q, we've looked at a lot of web designs, right, Q? And like we've seen that, models, they're all kind of building the same thing.
I mean, I look at this and it looks like your classic kind of AI vibed out, like Next.js site.
Yeah, exactly. So Q, I want to tag you back in because, we've tried to get Claude Design come up with something really interesting for this exact same brand, right? So we've given it like the exact same page contents, and we tell Claude designers like, hey, go create a homepage for this. And what you're getting is just like different colors, but there's so many AI tells, right? So Q, I actually want to pull you back in and see if you can talk through how Ploy approaches the redesign journey.
Hi, so I guess if y'all can see this on screen right now, this is our run through of Opera Go. Both Claude Design and what this ran through use the same initial page context, meaning this is all the stuff that's on the page. We have the logo, there's no images, but all that information. And the thing that's really different is we try really, really hard to ground AI's designing flow based on how humans actually design. And how humans design is, well, you try to find as much kind of design cues, design inspiration, and all that kind of stuff as whatever that vibes with you. And you use that as basically context to start designing a thing. And in this case, we started off with, I don't know if you can pull this up, but inside of Ploy, we have a thing called Lookbook. And as of today,
do you want to pull up the admin page, Q?
I guess so.
Let's do it.
We'll be
behind the scenes today.
Behind the scenes a little bit. Shout out to Lorenzo and friends. We're going to be exposing this a little bit. We'll be exposing this to the users. But Lookbook is our own internal collection, private collection right now of all of these kind of different design inspirations to help steer the AI. And it ranges greatly for different industries, from childcare to minimalist SaaS to all this kind of stuff. And with all this visual context, it not only helps our AI, but it also helps you, because maybe you don't really know what design direction you might want to go into. But similar to things like interior design or even culinary foodstuffs, if you see a menu of things you might like, you might choose one or two things there, versus if someone were to ask you, what would you like? Difficult to kind of give an answer without, thinking about prior things. So this is really, really helpful, and that's what I use as part of this design process. Another thing as well is you can see that there's a heavy emphasis in imagery. This is another version we did for Opera Go. Completely different look, completely different imagery as well. And something that y'all need to know, Bryant mentioned that Bryant and I have looked at many different websites. I've looked at, I don't know how many websites throughout my entire career at this point. A lot. Too many. I dream of websites. It's that bad. A lot of the layouts that you will see, even from the websites that people go, oh, these are wonderful looking designs, they kind of break down into very similar layouts. But the thing that distinguishes them is their use of imagery or video and how that blends with everything. So because of that, we're trying really hard to come up with really good imagery. In this case, it's a little bit more abstract, and Opera Go, I'm kind of doing this on your behalf, I suppose, to make it look more unique, right? Versus the typical fake imagery, CSS-y kind of stuff that something like Claude Design, not to pick on Anthropic, but then also GPT from OpenAI will produce as well. And you get image generation as part of the deploy experience. So that's what we did for these two runs, Opera Go version 1 and version 2, for the different looks that you see here.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Q. And I actually think it's worth actually talking about why, right? Like I was chatting with an investor just yesterday, and he was just like, wait, like websites, like aren't websites dead? And I'm like, bro, like no. Like, because first of all, I actually believe in the importance of human taste, but more importantly, individuality. And, I actually think with AI, you're actually going to end up with more solopreneurs, more small businesses. You're actually going to have people kind of gravitate away from large corporate jobs into like, well, actually, let me go follow my passion. And that passion could be some of the examples that we'll bring up later, right? That passion could be like starting an e-commerce brand. Passion could be a services or consulting business, right? So in that world, it's actually more important for you not just to have a website, but to have one that actually truly represents you as the individual, the proprietor behind the business, right? So I actually think that's just one of the real reasons here why we want to imbue that level of personality and individualism into every single site that someone can build and deploy.
Yeah, I mean, I think, for the past few years, ever since the models came out, people have been crying from rooftops that taste is the differentiator, brand is the differentiator. And I think there's been some concern that, hey, with these, generative models, are we almost like commodifying this like level of fidelity? But I think what people tend to forget when the floor gets raised by tools like this and technology like this, that the ceiling gets raised as well. Yeah. And when tools like this come out that actually allow operators and creators and builders to, do what they're great at, but in a much, higher leverage way, it disproportionately allows their skills to shine. And I think we're starting to see like incredible, beautiful sites coming out from like VizUX, who have great design taste, Tonic, the guys who did our website. They're making, great brands, even more beautiful, even more dynamic, and at much faster rates.
That's right. Cool.
So we covered, slurping the sites. We've covered making edits. We've talked about designing sites from scratch. And also in terms of growth stuff, we touched on SEO to grow traffic. I mean, now though, the market in my mind is, all right, aesthetics, traffic, what about conversions?
Yeah, totally. So conversions are super important, right? So for example, this is to go back to the HubSpot example here. We have a lot of sort of built-in sort of knowledge about what makes a high converting site, high converting demo form or something like that. So here's like probably 3 different demo variant pages that we cooked up for HubSpot.
This is almost like accelerating the rate of experimentation to improve your booking rates.
Correct.
Oh.
Yeah, and here's the thing is that, I'm a geek about this, and, Q will be mad at me for not mentioning it, but this is leveraging the design system that Ploy builds and maintains for you. So it's not just the fonts, it's just not the colors, but if you're going to go and use Claude Code or Codex or something, you're going to ask it to go build a net new page, you might end up with net new buttons. Or you're going to end up with like net new like section components and things like that. And it's not going to have the sort of visual polish and consistency across your entire web property. So what you're looking at here is that even though this is just like an experimental page, this is like executed to be super on brand, even things down to the motion and the animations here. Like these are all things that are codified in the design system. You don't really have to think about it unless you really want to nerd out about it. But like these are some of the really important ways that we want to make sure everything's aligned.
I mean, I think all the brand people in the room right now probably have war stories where they updated the corner rounding on their buttons, and then they spend like a few hours trying to chase down the last pages where they changed it to make it through. So I think the agents can carry that for us too.
Yeah. Should we show some of this stuff?
Yeah. So we talked about, so that was like how we can improve the conversion rates for a demo page, but I think the other biggest channel, and again, touching on like TNT, who I see is being very active in the chat right now, is actually driving conversions for an ad funnel.
Yeah, totally. I'm super excited to talk about this. So this literally came about by accident. So I was working on Ploy.ai's website, and I was building a bunch of the pages, and actually, really quick, as an aside, I actually think that the business owners are the best product marketers inside of work. And that very often folks, bring in an external voice to talk about their business. And I think that was like needed actually in a world before AI, because it was actually really difficult to wordsmith things in the right way to translate what.
Welcome to YC Mountain View, a special edition of YC Paper Club. I'm thinking about some of the feedback was like kind of making it theme related. So today it's the YC Kernel and Chip Club. So the trend that I see in lab with Stu and John that we talk about all the time is this like specialization that's happening. We saw it with TPU 8, the I and the T version, zebrafish and sunfish, is that what it's called? It's like to make an ASIC, you need such activation energy. And there wasn't enough demand for there to be such a split, but we just see that at the chip level, there's going to be massive specialization. The specs that you would need for a training data center are going to be very different than the specs for a inference data center. You don't need any bandwidth in and out for a training data center. You can literally send a spaceship to the sun, come back with a weight file, and like it's the same, right? You can't do that with inference. And there's so many things like that we'll talk about. And there's so much juice left to squeeze on the CUDA side, on the kernel side. And so I'm really excited to have some folks talk about that. And there's juice to squeeze on the algorithm side. And so like, do we need to go to the big heavy model every single time for every single query? If I'm asking it 1 + 1, why do I have to do n flops every single time? So there's so much juice to squeeze still on the algorithm side, on the, let's call it software side, and on the chip side, and on the data center side. And so first we'll have Stuart Soll out of my lab at Stanford, one of my lab mates. Which is the Strip Mall Research Lab now, used to be called Hazy, formerly called Hazy, research scientist at Cursor, and trains composer. And then we have John, CS PhD lab mate with me as well, also co-advised by Azalea, focused on LLMs, MLSys, and hardware. And it really focuses, really I would say pioneers this idea of intelligence efficiency, intelligence per watt, intelligence per joule. We'll be talking about that. And then we have Mark coming up next, a former PyTorch maintainer, co-founded GPU Mode with my friend Casey Aylward. And then is co-founding Core Automation with OpenAI VP Research Jerry Twerk. And then Misha, hardware software co-design, been working on that for 2 decades and ran AI infra at NVIDIA, and then also worked on hardware software co-design at Meta, and then is also founding a very exciting new company as well. Maybe we'll hear about some of it. And then finally, Brennan, who I also met at Stanford, is not in my lab, but I really, having done a lot of RL, working on self-driving car, and things like that, it's amazing how much of simulators, when you call environment.step, is still run on the CPU. And so that's usually the bottleneck for a lot of your on-policy rollouts, which makes, let's call it, RL is now taken over by RLHF terminology, but classic RL, very, very difficult. And so using GPUs to do weird shit, as he says. So he's one of the best people at doing weird shit with GPUs. I'll just give like 2 slides on my high level. I don't want to, I'm not the person that knows about this stuff the best at all. But from my vantage point, we're going to see this proliferation, and where we have sufficient demand now, because there's so much demand for tokens, where it makes sense to specialize at the chip level, that will pay out and allow you to go through the full new product introduction on the ASIC for specialization. And I think the Zebrafish, Sunfish, TPU V8 is the first that we're seeing of this. But I think it's going to get much, much more split out. We already do see it a little bit on where a lot of the stack, for inference, people will go to NVIDIA for prefill, and then they'll go to Cerebrus for decode engine. And so that's already kind of splitting out. But there's another one that people really don't talk about, where it's batch size 1 inference. And I think that like when latency really, really, really matters, for example, voice agents, when you get on the phone call and it says, "Hi, how you doing?" And it waits 8 seconds because it has to like go through this whole process. And it's like, oh my God, well, they're prioritizing throughput. And it's like, well, that's not good, that's not gonna work. And if they were prioritizing batch size 1, they'd run out of GPUs and it'd be so expensive. And so that's a chip issue. And so we can solve those types of things. And then on the data center side, equal amounts of specialization, especially if you're gonna use different chips for each data center. So the primary metric that you care about if you're training models is basically time per step. And you want to train up bigger and bigger models. The location, you kind of just don't really care where it is. It doesn't really need to be close to users. You can put it literally at the sun, like orbiting the sun, and just training. The types of GPUs, the interconnects, you're going to have to have a all-to-all communication. You have to pass around a lot of gradient, and for inference, you have to have all just for the MOE, but other than that, you don't. And so you can shard much more nicely. There's a whole bunch of other things to consider that justify splitting it out. And then our speaker is going to go much more into detail on that. The next one on 7/29, we'll do a robotics-focused one. There's a bunch of YC companies that might actually bring some robots too. So we might have, which ironically, this is like how YC actually got founded. The original story across the street is that Trevor Blackwell was starting a company called Anybots, which is the robots right over there. And he had some extra space, and PG asked him if I can, take over some of the space on Tuesday nights to run this thing called Y Combinator, and then went across the street, and then YC took over all of the Anybots stuff. And so it's pretty cool to bring that full circle. And then for the next one after that, I'd love your guys' feedback and like what we should do. Maybe this is an idea working on RLVR and some of the latest, everyone's talking about these distillation attacks and things like that. It's actually not clear to me what the distillation strategies that people are really trying that are successful out there. We were talking about a lot in lab today. It's like, it's not clear what the optimal strategy, if you had a weight file, how to distill from it. Or if you just had an API, like how would you actually do it? And so this is kind of like the way that I was explaining to the lab about what I think is kind of happening right now, but like Claude kind of motherbirds into Kimi 2, and then now Kimi 2 is post-training thinking machines, and so it just keeps going and going. Now, I'll hand it over to Stu. Everyone, welcome to Stu.
Right. Hello, everyone. My name is Stuart. I'm a CS PhD student at Stanford. I'm also a researcher at Cursor, where I train Composer. And today I'm here to talk about Parallel Kittens, which is our work on making multi-GPU AI kernels simple and fast. One quick note before I begin. The final deliverable of this paper is a CUDA framework that we refer to as Parallel Kittens. But the goal of today's talk is not to promote my open source library, but rather to convey the set of lessons that I learned while I was doing this work, which is a mental framework for thinking about multi-GPU kernels and GPU networking in general. So I hope you'll walk away with the same set of insights that I was able to gain. So let's try to motivate this a little bit. Over the past few years, the ML systems community has devoted a lot of effort into single GPU efficiency. For instance, we have I/O-aware algorithms like flash attention, linear attention models, megakernels, and many programming libraries and frameworks for writing efficient kernels across many architectures. And these works mainly helped us squeeze the most out of the single GPU. And thanks to all of these efforts, what we now believe is that GPU networking is the major bottleneck that's remaining, and that there's a lot of exciting opportunities left in that area. For example, networking can still consume up to 50% of total runtime for workloads like Llama 70B prefill. Obviously, this number can vary wildly depending on the workload. But the point I'm trying to make is that networking wastes GPU utilization. So the standard practice nowadays is to overlap inter-GPU communication with intra-GPU operations like memory access and compute. And the granularity of this scheme has gotten much smaller nowadays. It used to be we used to overlap the transfer of entire tensors or matrices. Nowadays, we do it at tile or even token granularity, meaning it's a few kilobytes or even less than 1 kilobyte of data. On the other hand, hardware advancements have been quite exciting for the networking. For instance, we have this thing called in-network compute. So in the past, if you want to implement a collective operations like all reduce, you needed to implement this algorithm where you have the GPUs are doing some arithmetic on local data, send the results to peer GPUs, repeat that n number of times, and then you end up with the results. But within network compute, what you can do is you can offload all of those arithmetic communication to the networking fabric, and the GPUs are free to do whatever useful computation that it needs to do. You also have asynchronous bulk device-initiated networking, which was not possible a few generations ago. And you also have scale-up architectures like NVL72, which packs 72 GPUs inside a single NVLink domain. And soon this is going to extend to hundreds of GPUs. So the problem we're interested in solving under all of these settings is it remains very difficult to write multi-GPU kernels that, one, does fine-grained overlap of compute and communication. Two, exploit all of these exciting recent hardware characteristics. And three, stay simple and easy to maintain for both humans and AI agents. And I emphasize that it's the conjunction of these three characteristics that makes this problem especially difficult, because you currently roughly have three alternatives. One is to use off-the-shelf libraries like Nickel, which only expose coarse-grained communication primitives and leave a lot of bubbles in the hardware execution. Two is to use compiler-based approaches, but we find these compilers to be quite suboptimal. They produce kernels that are sometimes slower than non-overlap baselines, or to use low-level primitives like OS interprocess communication calls or PTX assembly, and they often require reverse-engineered understanding of the networking hardware, and in general, they make code really complex and hard to maintain. So the main question we are asking here is there a small set of principles / trade-offs that clarifies the multi-GPU AI kernel design space, and can we use that understanding to build a minimal set of programming abstractions or primitives that really simplify writing efficient multi-GPU kernels for production? PK, or parallel kittens, is the answer to this question. So before we get to PK, let's quickly cover the GPU fundamentals for those who are not familiar. Okay, so here's a very simplified view of a GPU. And inside a GPU, you find this thing called SM, or streaming multiprocessor. SM is very similar to our core on a CPU in that it performs arithmetic, logical operations, and sometimes matrix multiplications. And they're the juice of the GPUs. They have all the flops, all the compute you want. And naturally, so you have a lot of them. On Blackwell GPUs, you have 148 SMs. On Hopper, you have 132 SMs. And in order for these SMs to perform computation, you need data. So naturally, you have the memory system, you have the crossbar, you have the L2 cache, and you have the HBM, which serves as the main memory for GPUs, modern GPUs. And you need something to initiate operations on the GPUs. So you connect the CPU and GPU through the PCIe. And on data center servers, you usually want multiple GPUs, so you have many GPUs. And in the past, if you want these GPUs to communicate with each other, you had to make the data go through the PCIe, but PCIe is a shared resource. It gets congested. It's relatively slow. So we have NVLink, which allows direct communication of data between the GPUs. And that's basically essentially what NVIDIA DGX machines are all about. DGX has been around for quite a while. It's widely used in production AI training and inference. It's a collection of 8 GPUs individually connected to the CPU or the host through the PCIe, and all of the GPUs are interconnected via NVLink. NVL72, a more recent addition from NVIDIA, is also quite similar. It's a collection of 72 GPUs connected via NVLink. And from programmers' perspective, that's essentially all you need to know about NVL72s. So now, when you hear somebody saying they're trying to optimize GPU kernels, what they're usually saying is that they're trying to make sure that all of the SMs stay busy. Because, as I said, SMs contain all the flops, all the compute, so you want them to be consuming those precious flops all the time. So the way you do that is, for single GPU kernels, you pipeline the memory loads and writes such that you overlap computation happening on SMs with the memory operations that reads from the HBM to the SM, such that when the current round of computation is done, the data for the next round of computation is residing on the SMs and they're ready. For multi-GPU kernels, a similar idea applies, except that you're overlapping computation with communication with other GPUs, such that when the current computation is done, the data for the next computation is ready and fetched from remote GPU HBMs. So let's get back to PK. The PK is based off 3 key trade-offs we identified for multi-GPU kernel design. The first trade-off is the transfer mechanism. So it turns out that there are 3 ways to send data over NVLink. 1, it's copy engine. 2 is tensor memory accelerators, or TMAs. 3 is plain register instructions like LD or SD. Each has their own pros and cons. And naively relying on one transfer mechanism leaves a lot of performance on the table. For example, copy engine is ideal because it's a separate DMA module sitting on the GPU, and it does not require any SMs to transfer data between the GPUs. But it turns out that copy engine requires really large message size or per transfer data size for it to saturate the NVLink. And for fine-grained communication, you're usually sending a few kilobytes of data, so copy engine becomes a suboptimal choice. TMA, on the other hand, is able to maintain relatively good throughput regardless of the message size, and it's also able to do that with relatively few SMs. So on Blackwell, we find that with roughly 15 SMs out of 148, TMA is able to saturate the NVLink. But TMA also has its own downside because it's not able to utilize all the in-network compute feature that we discussed previously. If you want that, you have to use the register instructions, but register instructions are also a big pain because you have to think about coalescing and register pressure. But all the technical details aside, the point I'm trying to convey here is that choosing the right transfer mechanism for the given workload really matters. For example, for a commonly used multi-GPU operator like all-gather gem, we find TMA to be quite optimal, whereas a lot of previous approaches just rely on the copy engine. The second trade-off is how we schedule inter-GPU communication with intra-GPU work. And the strategies generally fall into intra-SM overlapping and inter-SM overlapping. In intra-SM overlapping, you have a certain number of threads within SM performing computation or memory work, and rest of the threads are just doing the communication work. This is also known as warp specialization. And in inter-SM overlapping, what you do is you dedicate certain number of SMs purely for communication and the rest for computation. Again, each has their own trade-offs, their own pros and cons. For example, inter-SM overlapping, as you can probably tell from the diagram, kind of wastes compute because you're putting certain number of SMs purely for communication, and all of the flops on those SMs are not getting utilized. And because communication and computation are happening on different SMs, you have to go through the memory system, the L2 cache, the HBM, in order to signal the completion of communication and computation with each other. But for intra-SM overlapping, it's required that the computation and communication are aligned. They have to operate on the same data. Otherwise, you're running out of registers, running out of on-chip shared memory, so you really cannot do any useful computation. And also, you have to think about local prefetching, because if you look at this diagram, again, the red arrow shows the data path taken when you're accessing remote GPU's HBM. And you can see that for the remote HBM, the data goes through the L2 cache. But for local GPU, it does not go through the L2 cache. So this means that if you're repeatedly accessing the same data, for example, like KV cache during attention kernels, the data is only cached on the far side GPU. So ideally, what you want to do is prefetch the data, stage them into local HBM before doing any major computation. And for you to do that, you kind of have to rely on inter-SM overlapping scheduling strategy. So again, choosing the right strategy really matters for performance. For jam, reduce, scatter, we find intra-SM to be most optimal, but for jam, all reduce, we find inter-SM to be most optimal schedule. The third and final trade-off is the design overhead. By design overhead, I'm referring to design choices in networking libraries that cost performance for reducing complexity. For example, Nickel's default mode forces intermediate buffers, which adds extra data movement between the sender and the receiver. And for fine-grained communication, this overhead really accumulates, and by stripping it out, you can speed up an operation as simple and basic as all reduced by up to 80%. What this tells is that it's important for modern GPU networking library to explicitly expose such performance-critical controls instead of encapsulating them. So I think I made most of the points that I want to make for today's talk. Now I'm going to go over Parallel Kitten's framework, but as I said, I'm going to make this really quick and brief. So Parallel Kittens builds on all the trade-offs and principles that we discussed, and it's a highly opinionated set of CUDA programming primitives that extends Thunder Kittens, which is one of our previous works for single GPU kernels. As we previously discussed, a modern GPU has memory hierarchy ranging from registers, shared memory, L2 cache, global memory, and you can also think about remote GPU HBM as another layer in the memory hierarchy, so pure global memory. And PK provides a data structure for each layer in the memory hierarchy. You have RT for registers, ST for shared memory, L2 cache is not programmable on GPUs, GL for global memory, and then PGL for pure global memory. And what PK provides is various communication primitives that take in these data structures and act on them, and that utilizes the most efficient transfer mechanism for the given functionality. And it also provides a program template for consisting of 4 different workers, loader, consumer, communicator, and storer, to enable different scheduling strategies. But again, for more details, please refer to our paper and our GitHub repo. Okay, so to see the effectiveness of PK, we compared against popular baselines across data, tensor, sequence, and expert parallelism, as well as pure collective communication like all reduce. And what we find is that with roughly 50 to 100 lines of device code, PK is able to surpass or match hand-optimized kernels that are often hundreds to thousands lines of code. And what I'm more particularly proud of is the adoption. PK has been adopted by major AI companies. For example, Cursor is using it to train Composer on tens of thousands of Blackwell GPUs. Together AI is also using it to optimize its inference workloads. Okay, so that was it for my talk. I hope you learned something about multi-GPU kernels and GPU networking today. And if you work on ML systems and efficiency, I hope you take a look at PK and give it a shot. Thank you so much for your attention.
Okay, next up we have John.
Awesome. Hey everybody, thanks for coming. Today I'll be talking about one of our recent papers called Intelligence Per Watt, measuring the intelligence efficiency of local and cloud AI. This was a joint work with one of my collaborators in lab, Ivanika and Ryan, as well as our advisors, Professor John Hennessy, Azali Mir-Hosseini, and Chris Ray. So to kind of situate us today, we like to call, at least between me and Ivanika, we like to call the current era of LMs and hardware the mainframe era, alluding to the previous era of mainframes, which was in the 50s and 60s, when IBM had these computers that used to fill up entire rooms, sometimes entire floors. These are the kinds of computers that got us to the moon. These are the kinds of computers that were the first kind of commercial computers available for businesses. And that's kind of how we're still constructing at least the data centers today, where you have these warehouses filled with TPUs or GPUs from Google and NVIDIA, respectively. And they're both doing our training as well as our inference. And it makes sense because demand is growing so substantially, like we need to satisfy that demand and scale out compute as fast as possible. At the same time, this is demand that we haven't seen in a very long time, maybe since the US built its railroads over the entire continent. We're spending upwards of 2 to 3% of GDP today, and that's demanding 250 gigawatts of new data centers, which requires new power sources, new GPUs, new land, new water, to actually handle the demand for both training as well as inference. At the same time, even though the demand is going up so quickly year over year, a lot of these requests don't necessarily need frontier-level intelligence to handle them. We each have our different LM workloads that we handle per day, and at least for me personally, I know most of my workloads don't necessarily need frontier-level coding or frontier-level math LMs. A lot of them are going through different kinds of data sets, doing different kinds of plumbing when it comes to organizing folders, creating unit tests, and so despite the fact that frontier-level intelligence is what we're continuing to push, and it's really important that we continue to push that out, there's a lot of smaller, local, open-source LMs that can actually address the vast majority of LM traffic today. And so what we're thinking is that the same way that we shifted from these mainframe IBM computers that filled up entire rooms to PCs from Apple and HP in the 70s and 80s, we will see something quite similar happening for the hardware of today, where we're seeing this shift away from NVIDIA GPUs and Google TPUs for every single request, more towards Mac, as well as NVIDIA and AMD personal consumer GPUs that sit in people's workstations and sit in people's laptops. And this is being driven by two main trends. One is the fact that these smaller LMs are getting better year over year. We're seeing smaller LMs, open source LMs, that are quite capable, and it's only accelerating, combined with the fact that local accelerators are also getting much better. So these are accelerators from Apple, accelerators from NVIDIA, accelerators from AMD. We're seeing that these GPUs have more than enough memory to handle some of these larger open source LMs. And so we imagine to see this trend continuing. So with this study, we wanted to ask, what role can local inference with open source AI play in redistributing the inference demand from how it is today, which is mostly in the cloud, away towards more distributed inference? And so to help us kind of frame this study, we proposed intelligence per watt. To talk about the numerator and the denominator. By intelligence, we just mean capabilities. And this looks very different depending on the task that you care about. But ultimately, we care about chat, reasoning, agentic tasks, coding tasks, basically anything that people are using LMs for today. At the same time, the denominator focuses on efficiency. And this isn't just the efficiency in terms of like the intelligence you can deliver per parameter or per bit of information used for training. We're talking about the actual compute and energy required for running these different accelerators for all of the different workloads that people care about. So what is the actual like running power wattage or wattage in terms of power for actually delivering that amount of intelligence? And so for this study, we wanted to kind of do a broad sweep and see what the trends were. We did about 20 plus different state-of-the-art local models across Gemma, GPT-OSS, Qwen, IBM Granite, all in the range of 1 to 200 billion parameters, some MOE, some dense. At the same time, we wanted to test the state-of-the-art accelerators, particularly local accelerators, over the past 2 to 3 years. And so this was from Apple, from NVIDIA, from AMD, from Samar, to basically understand what was the kind of upper bounds for intelligence per watt and intelligence per joule. And we wanted to do this across all the different workloads that people care about. So chat, reasoning, agentic, coding tasks, basically anything that people are using these models for today, we wanted to examine. And we wanted to examine more than just accuracy. Again, yeah, we cared about latency, we cared about energy, we cared about power, we cared about compute, and we wanted to do a broad sweep and kind of see what made sense. And what we found was pretty compelling. We found that a lot of these local models are quite good and they're advancing rather rapidly. Up to 88.7% of these queries could actually be routed to local accelerators running local open source AI. And that accuracy is only going up. So in the past 2 years alone, we've seen about 3x improvement in this intelligence delivered per watt. At the same time, we're seeing this compound. So this is combined between the better local models as well as the better local accelerators. So it's kind of like building off of each other. At the same time, when you actually examine intelligence per joule as opposed to intelligence per watt, so in this case, we're looking at the total energy being spent for the entire workload end to end, that's compounding even more rapidly. So in the past 2 years alone, we've seen about an 18x, well actually in less than 2 years, in about 16 months, we've seen about an 18x improvement in the actual intelligence delivered per joule. And this is primarily driven by better accelerators. And so this is by more memory being placed on consumer GPUs, such as the Apple M4 Max, as well as the DGX Spark from NVIDIA. This is also from better quantization techniques that can better take advantage of that compute available, as well as just like longer pre-training, more post-training, and just more sophisticated techniques for actually making these models better. And so what does this actually entail for the way that we think about redistributing this inference? This means that if you were to actually route like perfectly, you could route 80%, somewhere between 80 to 90% of the queries of today to these local accelerators running these local open source LMs. And that means energy savings, that means compute savings, that means cost savings. Even imperfect routers can save somewhere between 50 to 70% of your energy, of your compute, of your dollar cost. And so this fundamentally changes the economics of how we actually scale inference and how we think about building up new data centers and also just investing in new computing lines of hardware and models. At the same time, local accelerators aren't perfect. One of the nice advantages of data center compute is you can do all sorts of sophisticated techniques around kernel writing, around batching, around different kinds of quantization that allow you to kind of amortize the investment across more and more users and across more and more queries. And so the Apple M4 Max compared to the NVIDIA B200 is still lagging behind, particularly when it comes to intelligence per watt and intelligence per joule. At the same time, there's even more specialized accelerators for inference, such as the Samar SN40L, for which consumer accelerators are lagging even more behind. So there is a little bit of an investment opportunity to make these consumer accelerators better and better. And so we're excited to see what the different companies release. Just want to thank our collaborators on this project, from NVIDIA, from Google, from Apple, AMD, OpenRouter, Samar. Without their resources and without their guidance, it wouldn't have been possible to do this study. What are we looking for next? I'm really excited to see how inference engines change for this new kind of dynamic where you're leveraging both local resources as well as cloud resources. At the same time, I think there's a huge opportunity to think about model architectures and kernels focused specifically on energy efficient inference. And so this could lead to different kinds of accelerator architecture co-designs that make this possible and accelerate this trend. On the actual analysis side, I'm actually excited to kind of break down the intelligence per watt metrics even more and see how we can separate out how this looks across different tasks, across different hardware, across different deployment settings, looking at the inference engines, looking at the kernels, looking at the actual compute and memory on the hardware. And finally, while we focus on intelligence per watt here, I think it's really important to consider how this intelligence is actually being used in a useful manner. So how we're actually using this to do meaningful work that people care about and that humans would have to do otherwise. So quantifying how that affects GDP, how that affects wages, that's another interesting thing that we'll be releasing quite soon. If you have any questions, please feel free to reach out. I'm available over email, over Twitter, over GitHub. So I'd love to chat if anybody's excited about these same topics. We also have a follow-up project called OpenJarvis that's focused on kind of operationalizing a lot of these insights and making it possible to run the entire kind of personal AI coding stack on device. So you don't need to pay Claude or pay OpenAI anymore for your LMs. You can instead just run it on your laptop and on your workstation. So if you're excited by that as well, please reach out. Thank you so much.
Okay, next up we have Mark.
All right. Well, can folks hear me okay? Yeah. François, thank you so much for inviting me. So I heard in Stuart's really nice talk a bunch of questions around how good are AIs at writing kernels. So this is kind of going to be the gist of my talk. We're going to go very deep in this topic. I worked a lot on systems for about 5 years working on PyTorch. I also worked a lot on custom kernels as part of co-founding GPU mode. And I think this has been one of my main focuses at Core Auto. So I'm hoping to give you both a research and commercial angle to a lot of this research. So this is a YC paper club. So the sort of main lessons are drawn from these two papers. KernelBot, which is a competitive platform to basically, it's like leak code for GPU programmers. And then the second one is Kernel Guard, which is our platform for detecting against cheating. And I'll kind of explain why these are the one and the same problem. So I'm a systems researcher, and I've had to sort of accept that my opinion matters less than AI researchers. Because what I want is I want people to just take the same data, keep running a matmul on it over and over again and give me AGI. But what my colleagues in research want is they want something that's autoregressive. They want lots of tiny kernels. They want dynamic control flow. They want sparsity and a lot of it, and they want print statements. All of these things are hate, and they should stop doing this. Okay, thank you. All right. Unfortunately, I can't do this, right? And so I have to work with these people and give them tools. And so the way we typically do this is we give them programming languages. So one sort of, you might not think of it as a programming language, but it is, like math. Math is beautiful because it's forward compatible. So for example, the matrix multiplication API has been forward compatible for 250 years. It's AB and then equals C. And then maybe you add some args or kwargs, but it's the same API. PyTorch is in very much in a similar vein, basically the sort of forward-facing front-end API of PyTorch, its ops, MM, softmax, QR, decomp, all these things will stand the test of time. Ultimately, these dispatch down to individual CUDA kernels that may or may not be very fast on modern hardware, which is why we get programming languages like Triton, which are tile-based, they're Pythonic, they're fast. Triton took over the world about 2.5 years ago. But recently, especially starting with Blackwell, people are well, the Triton's programming model is very restrictive. It's not letting me write state-of-the-art kernels. So people have been very interested in programming languages such as Thunderkittens, which Stuart helps maintain. Cutlass and QDSL, which are closed-source libraries by NVIDIA for really state-of-the-art matmuls. CUDA, which is a more general programming model. It's not just for matmuls, it's a thread-based programming model. It's really great for surgical improvements, but it's quite tedious to write. And sort of at the lowest end, you have what the cracked people do, which is write PTX or inline SAS. Typically there are no BC guarantees, so it's not that it's hard to do it. It's just that your code will stop working if you change architecture. That's less pleasant. That's very time consuming. Typically people all the maintainers of these libraries and users of them have very strong opinions about what's actually the best trade-off between performance and productivity, right? It's sort of you just have to know where on the spectrum you are, how much do you care about performance, and you can typically figure out what your opinion actually is. But there's no wrong opinion. But if we were to sort of try to benchmark this a bit and say, okay, let's do a leaderboard, right? Let's say we have a problem like a QR decomposition problem. I'll explain what that is in a second. And the goal is for people to submit kernels to this problem. what's really cool, like what I've been working on in GPU1 is this platform called KernelBot, where people just make submissions. They can pick any library they want. And then we can basically do data analysis and see like which libraries are actually popular and what do people actually use. And at least like for this archetype of people that just want state-of-the-art perf, as far as I can tell, like they really prefer like CUDA. And it was only when we were doing lots of gem-related problems that people loved using QDSL. But, you know, Trident shows up often in the top 5 to 10, rarely shows up in the top 2. So this is how you should sort of broadly think about it. So what's funny, though, is that, like, you know, I spent all this year working on, like, these Galaxy Brain, you know, programming languages and, like, compilers. And then starting this January, you know, we did this, like, very, like, you know, prolific, like, this very popular competition on NVFP4 kernels. And people who've never written GPU kernels before started to get really competitive results. They were like in the top 4 and the top 5. So this is Xiaogao. He's a researcher. He's like a grad student in China and reached out to me. He's like, I've never written a GPU code before. I've never written an OpenACUDA book before. You know, everything is LM generated, but I'm like number 4. And this post of mine made it to R Singularity, which is interesting. This was my first cameo on that subreddit. But then I was like, okay, this is weird. And people told me, well, but this guy is like smart, right? Like he's a researcher, obviously he gets it. He's computational, numerical. But then I saw this other tweet by Clark, who's a high school teacher. And he's telling me, oh, hey, I just wrote like my first like dual gem problem. And I'm like, what? Like, you know, typically where like there's an order, right? You have to start with vector sum and vector mean. And then you do matmul. And then you do this other stuff. And here people were just like YOLOing it. And they're getting competitive results. They're looking at the kernels. They're having a good time. And so as an educator and as like a builder of libraries, this was like very, very strange to me. Like I actually, despite working on this field, did not expect these results to come so quickly. So I want to briefly talk about like how do we typically evaluate like how good AIs are at writing these kinds of kernels. And a lot of this framework is borrowed from like Simon and Ann's work on Kernel Bench. But like the sort of framework is the following. Like you typically have some sort of PyTorch reference because we sort of all agree in the community that PyTorch is generally more correct than most libraries, but not more performant. You basically pick, like you sample some random inputs. You then have another like reference submission in your favorite kernel DSL. You run an eval.py where you just like pass both inputs through both. You see if they're equivalent. You check for correctness. You check for performance, and then you rank something on the leaderboard. Great. So this is the basic framework of how all these evals work. So if you've been working in AI, you're like, oh, it's like verifiable rewards. It's an easy problem, right? And you know, when people tell me this is me. I'm like, okay, like I actually I disagree. Like basically, there's like a very hidden nuance here, and I think we'll sort of dive in. So I'm going to give you an example. If you've never written a CUDA kernel before, you're going to do one with me right now. So what we're going to do is we're going to write the world's fastest vector mean kernel. So basically, given a vector, which is like a one-dimensional vector. One-dimensional vector. We're going to just take the average of it, right? So great. So what we're going to do is we're going to sample a bunch of like random inputs, right? Like from a vector. So like a vector of like length 1,000,000. That's great. We're going to take the mean of this vector. Okay, so this is basically our reference. So what our kernel is going to do, we're going to write a kernel, and then the hint here is that torchRAN then samples values with mean 0, variance 1 by default. So the world's fastest vector mean kernel just returns 0. So you've like this actually beats the speed of light. This is like a wonderful algorithm. You know, like NVIDIA would love to hire you. It's like life is good. But this was like not one isolated example. Like I've pretty much like read a lot of like reward hacks, and so like one common one is that the AIs will cache the output and then like reuse it and then do something equivalent. So you're like, okay, I want to ban this, right? So one version of it might be you use data pointers to figure out like what the past state is in Python, and then you like return that. So you're like, okay, so you put in your eval suite, you cannot use data pointer, right? So then it turns out Python is like a very interesting language, and instead of like doing the dot, you can say get attribute and you get data pointer. Okay, so now you ban the string data pointer. So I've seen the AIs also split that data pointer into 2 different cars and append them, and they'll do them in different lines, so you can't catch it easily with the regex. And then, like, okay, well, sure, let's say you ban data pointer outright, people get upset, and then, you can just use ID. And my point is, like, this is very much a chicken and egg problem. Like, this just keeps happening. And it's just because, like, Python is a dynamic language, which makes it, like, a terrible choice for these things. So one of my favorite examples was, like, this was by Natalia, who's a student at Stanford at the time, who showed me this, like, the craziest reward hack I've ever seen. So the essence of this reward hack was, it noticed that during our correctness tweets, we were checking for correctness 15 times, and then we would do performance testing. But when we were doing performance testing, we weren't doing correctness testing again. So what the AI was doing is it was counting how many times it did correctness testing and giving us a correct but slow kernel. But then when it came time to do performance testing, it was giving us an incorrect kernel, but still like batching all the results together and like basically making everything good. So turns out there's a precedent for this reward hack. It's actually Volkswagen. So what they did, so this is like called Dieselgate. So what they did was under emission testing, the car would detect I am under emissions testing and reduce emissions by 40x. But on the real world, it would just like emit a lot more crap, and then that worked. So this, you know, it conceived, and you know, big credit to Tenderization who pointed this out to me on Twitter. Basically, I was like on this like brutal on-call load where we kept like reviewing reward hacks, and people tell me like, Mark, like your eval sucks, like why can't you detect these issues? But I'm like, this is a lot, and they're all different. Like it's not at all obvious how to codify it. So I was like, okay, look, if people are mostly going to submit to our competitions with AI, well, I'm also going to review it with AI as well. So the main idea was, as a human, if I see something that's really fast, I audit it, I mark it as like a reward hack. I then provide that as an example to like an AI system. I get this AI system to sort of synthesize